Okay, though. Enough time has passed. The stream begins. We're back to your regularly scheduled Fail Portrayal brand programming at Fail Portrayal Studios. Make sure that's caught up. Yes, I know, YouTube. It was muted. Do let me know, chat, how audio sounds balanced. I've myself been debating whether or not the BGM is low enough or loud enough, but hey, we're here. So, I don't actually have a lot of, like, preambulatory to do. I don't think there's been any, like, crazy new breaking Yu-Gi-Oh! News that can't be covered when eventually we do the Justice Hunters archetypes. I do believe Justice Hunters actually hit the TCG, so we may go ahead and run that one soon. So we can talk about stuff like Yummy, K9, Dragon Tail.
That'll be fun.
It'll be very interesting to see, because those decks are going to be pretty interesting in the meta. Though, I guess the one note I should bring up is that Worlds isn't too far away, and they did say that the next TCG ban list won't be until after Worlds, which is interesting, because that'll be a while. But a lot of people are commenting that the Worlds format this year is going to be very interesting, because basically the combination of the normal separation between OCG and TCG has been further stratified by production delays on both sides. I believe that the Korean OCG has had some product delays, so there's some stuff that they're not getting. And the latest... God, I almost said Legend of Battles, and, like, that doesn't sound right. I don't remember if that's the name of the sets, though. Whatever they're calling legendary sets these days, that got super delayed in the EU, which is meta impactful because that includes the, like, Gem Knight support that came, you know, like, top 4 in the NAWCQ and shit like that. And obviously, Mitsurugi, which is really tearing up the TCG right now, is a World Premiere Pack. Those come out exact same time every year in the OCG. They do not speed that up at all. They put all the TCG exclusive stuff out in, like, fall. You know, September or October, depending on exact product releases. So, Worlds will be interesting. People are already starting the conspiracy theory it's to let Blue Eyes win another Worlds, because Blue Eyes Primate will be unaffected by the meta list, probably. But we're back. We're geared up. We're going to talk about the Fail Portrayal. Oh, for which one? Which one of our boys? Gimmick Puppet? I don't think we've got any new announcements just yet, though one of these cards was released just on 2025. Gimmick Puppet's going to be interesting. I should preface this because we took like a month and a half to talk about the Final Fantasy MTG. And I want to reiterate, in case anybody ever feels compelled to clip anything I ever say out of context. I'm not upset about that. The streams were a little long, and that got a little annoying with planning my time, especially when we're streaming like 3 times a week on Death Stranding as well. But the videos did very good, so like that's okay. Gimmick Puppet will probably not do as good, especially because Gimmick Puppet we're doing explicitly because I double-checked our last running Fail Portrayal poll, which is a couple of months ago. We got into the weeds on some stuff. Oh, yeah, they've done some legacy support to some stuff. We'll probably wait to talk about any of that, because we have done the 5D's Dragons before. We'll probably wait to talk about it until they announce all the stuff, because I think that's keyed into a lot of interesting things they're doing. Like, I think the TCG is, like, planning on releasing all that stuff as, like, multiple celebratory structure decks. Previously, the OCG just announced a Yusei-specific structure deck. But yeah, they're doing some Black Rose stuff. I think the one thing that matters is that for people playing Plant Synchro specifically, they made the new Black Rose Dragon not a dragon. They made it a level 7 Plant Synchro. So that's good. But no, like I said, I double-checked the Fail Portrayal poll, and the last one we were running was for Best of the Worst, which was picking from several options, which had previously gotten 0 votes on polls. I probably should have shielded that a little harder while it was still ongoing during some of the MTG stuff, because the poll did not get a lot of votes. Shocking, I know. But Gimmick Puppet did pull ahead. So we're here. We're doing Gimmick Puppet because it's been a pretty consistently long-running gag that Gimmick Puppet has been on the poll and never gotten any votes, and it finally won. And to show you how excited everybody is about it, it's just me and Axe here.
I don't know why, because Dallas can make it every time, but I guess he just cares about magic and nothing else most of the time, as shown by
Well, he's not
how he acts
even...
on the weekend.
Someday you'll have to actually sit down and hash out your ongoing complex interactions with Dallas, but he's not here,
explain what he does for a living, or just explain what he does instead of just being vague about everything he does.
I mean, he can't say exactly what he does for a living because it involves psychology with patients, clients.
Yeah, but
But that...
Whatever, my own inabilities to explain this well to you.
I mean, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I personally do not know where the break is between my level of understanding what Dallas is doing at this time and your level of understanding, because I would never assume that Dallas has to tell me what he's doing like 8 hours every day while he's conscious. I don't know what he's doing right now. I would have appreciated a heads up. Loth gave me a heads up why he's not here. He said that he's picking up extra shifts because he just got back in country. But I can't ask Dallas right now because he's not online right now, which is unusual. Like I said, I would have preferred a head up. That's why I started with a ping this week to be like, hey, we're going to be back to this, and we're doing this week. And, you know, Loth was nice enough to schedule me. There are some other people who are not here who also were just, like, got to me last minute about them not being here. So I can't really paint Dallas with that brush, but it is true that it just seems like circumstances have conspired that it's a pretty slim line right now.
Yeah, and I might have to leave in like an hour or two. We'll see how that goes.
We'll see if the time goes up. I could. The show will probably be more boring, but I could carry it on solo.
I mean, you could probably just do like
the
card stuff.
Okay, no, I
if
did.
Everyone else is gone, but
I guess I look at it as a lot to like super new. I don't really like the new cards.
I mean, we haven't really talked about the
that.
we actually have not talked about the Hecaton.
Well, no, because that's a deck build pack. That's also not out yet. Like,
oh, okay.
They're cool. I don't. So twofold response to that. Funny how this works out with Shilling is now we've prompted two responses.
Hecaton 2.
Hecaton Kiers?
It's
Greek, so it's a hard C.
Hecaton.
I mean, it's like. Sorry, how did you math? 5 or 6 syllables? It's a lot of syllables. It's a lot of words.
Oh, it's only 2. It's two. The archetype's like 2 less syllables.
No, I'm pretty sure it's still Hecatonkiers. I think they spell it out. We don't know what they're going to translate that as.
Instead of like Hecatonkiers.
Well, now I have to go look at the Yu-Gi-Oh organization because I'm pretty sure that's not how it is. History and TCG. They did introduce some new Tri-Brigade support because they are doing more with that. You know, we're getting more of that stuff. But while I'm back scrolling, because it has been like several weeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just Hecatonkier singular.
So cute.
Hecatonkier.
Yeah, like
because they're
explain, I guess
singular.
Why I guess just to explain my edge about things. Like I've just learned that I just don't like people that just don't communicate their schedule or don't communicate any sense of how their life works. So I can't understand what they're going through. So I can't accommodate them in any way. So it just bothers me a lot of being like, I know nothing about you and you don't share anything about you, so I can't do anything to support you or do anything to help you.
Okay.
So I can only assume you're just doing something shitty.
Well, okay, there's multiple there. I'm glad you are finally getting to see a therapist. We'll see if in a couple of weeks they mirror what I'm about to say to you. I got twofold there. One, just assuming they're doing something shitty is a bad assumption on your part.
Okay, fair.
That is very cynical and jaded of you, shockingly.
That was a div at the end there, but like it's just like.
But also like. I was going to start this cover when you started the sentence. I was one way, and then the arrow moved. I was going to say, you know, like I said before, like, oh, well, people don't like owe you your schedules, but like actually, like, no, man, that's. I appreciate the effort. That's very noble of you to be like, well, then I can't make any effort to accommodate you. But also, that is not how you should be perceiving all of your interactions with people. at best, I personally think that scheduling should attempt to be a compromise between individuals. Which, yes, you do need sharing on both sides to be about. But
That's fair.
saying that like I can't move to accommodate them is like I'm like what? Okay. I think you should maybe be a little less accommodating in your schedule sometimes, X.
I mean, I run things for people, so it's how that
goes. Got time for you.
I mean, yeah, whatever. I mean, there's some people I probably would say no to, but like, all of them deal with like depression and bullshit like that. So it just, I'd better be accommodating so they actually have a positive thing in their life.
Like I said,
and I'm trying to remember what thing I was going to say because I forgot the thing. Fuck. Okay.
Well, we circled back through a couple of things. I think Hackathon Cure is really cool, but like I said, that's coming out in the next deck build pack. That's the first one of those. So we'll see that in full when they get through there. They're doing some interesting things.
Okay, no, I remember.
Do psychic? No, I think we did like psychic.
I would say like my stance on that is with people that I meet with on a consistent basis, not with people that I only see like once or twice in my life. It's just if I see you more than like 4 or 5 times, if I see you more than 3 times a month, I think it's good if I actually know what you're doing, on like at least a general sense.
Hey, spoiler! I'm self-employed, so I'm doing this. I'm blocked out for the rest of the night.
I'm just saying to most people I know, I actually meet on a consistent basis, kind of thing, of being like.
I would
I
probably
hate making blind assumptions about people because I feel like that just doesn't help anyone.
That's fair. I would say if you're going to bring this up to people, I would lead with what you said, the second part first, and say, hey, so I can make efforts to accommodate you, I'd like to know what you're doing. If you start with, I'd like to know what you're doing, people can interpolate that as unnecessarily nosy and prying.
Fair enough.
Anyway, all right. Sorry, Hackathon Cure is really cool. It is. I believe it is written singularly because they are each individually one Hackathon Cure. But that's pretty neat. Like I said, we'll work on the deck build pack types soon.
There's a thing about like the dead one, like the dead ones are like, or like the weird zombie kaiju ones, or like I think ones that died in stories are the ones that are still alive, but I'm not sure because it's like it's the Titans mixed, or I guess the Giants mixed with like it's not like undead and angelic kaijus.
I mean, I don't want to like run too far into like what the OCG is probably doing, and also I would love the Yu-Gi-Oh community to, among other things, dismantle their reverence for YG organization as an end-all be-all. They aren't. They don't know shit. They're just reading. If you could read Japanese, you could have all the same information they do. But
in our news sites, so because they try. I feel like I feel like you can't just say they're shit because it's like
there is a split between light and dark.
No one tries. There's nothing left.
It's true. But like I said, I just think that like there are... God, it reminds me... I'm actually kind of glad that this conversation hasn't percolated too much in like the one that just came out. Because I just, plainly spaded in my information. Hey, I double-checked, by the way. It's Kermiko in the original... Or Miko-Kur in the original Japanese. Which is bad, but they literally didn't change anything. So that is what it is. Kur Priestess was like nothing. That wasn't anything.
There's a lot of weird name choices in the event. Like that's also very long, so I understand kind of. The story is very long.
I mean, I hearing that is like, so Kur Priestess is just like, so you translated Miko as Priestess.
It sounds better, oddly enough. It's biased, but it sounds punchier.
Well, like I said, I think the idea of Keiku Kur Priestess, I said this myself. I think they should have reversed the word order to do the alliteration because that's much stronger. But because I don't know, like. Somebody will probably be in the comments in like 2 years and be like, oh, well, Miko-Kur is actually like a reference to the 1984 anime. And I'll be like, okay, buddy, thanks.
I just think also being a Miko is weird because it's like there's nothing Japanese about it. So like, why can't it just be because they call priestess anyway and all the other form of text.
Well, I mean, a Miko is not literally a priestess. There is like the there's a lot of Shintoism association there. I guess calling her Shrine Maiden or Kur Shrine Maiden would also be way too many syllables. But it is a case of, like, I can understand why they want to leave that literal because this has resulted in confusion and I think even censorship in some cases in the Wild West days of anime dubbing. of like saying Miko as priestess, because a Miko is not a priestess. She is not like an authority of the shrine. There are like religious connotations, like there are religious services that a Miko cannot like dispense.
No, that's fair. I also
you don't want to call them nuns because the West is really weird about nuns.
It's also I also just think that Baba wouldn't know the word Miko unless someone gave it to her.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like that's why I think that like they did a pretty good job of a trick of translating Tonerico as Ash. That was just like, I don't know who came up with that in the team. Like, was that a Nasi suggestion? Was that Albert and his guys? But like, that creates a name that literally means the same thing. In fact, Ash calls herself Tonerico in the Japanese dialogue, but it fits the setting better. Technically, Babo is being a maiden for the enshrined deity, though I haven't yet in the story found the shrine where we're enshrining that guy, but he's been referred to as an enshrined deity before,
weird.
So he's
just
there.
Got there. It's weird. He's
there.
Weird
he's
thing.
out there.
The names
my
are
plans
funny.
to my plans to progress in the event were slightly delayed by the fact that the server went down for like 30 minutes.
That's
Crazy,
fair.
I know. I literally was just talking about how it's been like a year since that happened or more.
Oh my god.
Well, Dallas is logging into fucking Final Fantasy 14, so maybe we'll actually like have showed up and joined us before, because I added him on Discord earlier, so maybe he will join us.
Okay, this
What's
is a dumb thing, but I've the Itria part is not actually from her name. It's from something else, and it's absurd. Oh my god, it's fucking stupid, but amazing.
Okay, all right. Well,
So it's
the
like,
problem with
wait,
puns.
that's why they did that. But wait, that doesn't. That's fucking stupid.
I want to say the thing that to me is very dumb is that like I get what they're going for, but like I got Castoria from 2 years in the future following the people translating the JP fan base. Like, I don't know if did people in Japan call her Arukas? Like, was that a thing? It feels like they just decided to make up their own nickname for her, and now we're stuck here, and I'm like, don't do that.
I know you gave me shit for this, like I think like last week, but I still think that active like translation communities or like official translations try to separate themselves from anything a fan base makes.
I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a strict policy, because
no, but that's
what's
the thing
the
that
point?
they
They're the IP
about, like,
holder.
Ace Attorney translation, where they openly try to avoid using anything the fans picked.
Well, I will. If you've got a source for that, I'd love to see it in their own words. If it's out there, I'll believe
I'll
it.
double check what the save data people were saying, unless they were just doing jokes again, because they might just be fucking lying half the time.
I mean, I don't think save data is necessarily an authoritative source. It's true. The presumption that just like, oh, they could have picked any of these and they just didn't. Like I said, the thing about the Ace Attorney Investigations fan translation is every character in Ace Attorney has a horribly Japanese pun name, most of which don't translate at all. And so they did their best to try and translate some of them, and I believe that basically the Ace Attorney Investigations 2 fan translation was basically just like guessing. They were just taking the oeuvre of previous Ace Attorney localization jokes and trying to make their best puns. That's the kind of thing there's like the odds that they'll arrive on the same like 1-to-1 translation of an untranslatable pun is very bad. To cycle this back to Yu-Gi organization and translation stuff, this is like people are upset at Ogdoadic for not being Abhiss, and I'm like, Abhiss doesn't have any fucking basis in reality. YG organization literally did make that up. They just went, yeah, they wrote the kanji for abyss with a little squiggle, so clearly they're going to have to not call it abyss, even though that's literally what it would be. So we're just going to say Abhiss because that's a pun. And then people are, like, still upset to this day. And I'm like, and if that is the kind of reason why companies can't use localized names or like, fan-translated names, then yeah, that's why. Because they're just making shit up. They don't own the translation.
I take it more from a... How do I put this? I more took it for... I know it's more from a legal perspective of being...
There is no legal basis. They own it. Japanese IP law is even more stricter than American law.
No, I get that. It's just that it's also a thing of...
What we should have done is we should have shot all the ambulance chasers.
Just, I mean, Alberia, I feel like if we cut 80% of all CEO salaries, the world would heal itself more.
I mean, that's also true. That would actually be trickle-down economics, but that's not related. No, I'm like, there is a sense, yes, that America is like the most litigious country in the world, and I think we might be. That's really annoying. But also, like, I don't know. I'm not an expert in specifically IP law. I am not a lawyer. I took 2 years of college to get a criminal justice degree. We briefly touched on civil law there. So, like, I am not giving you legal advice. That said,
farcical?
Don't... Because they're just making shit up on the internet. They don't know.
Is it farcical to ask if a company, or at least a person on a project, would like to have any ideas they pick to be unattached from stuff that's already existent in the media they're working on?
I mean, I feel like you tried to make that the most broad. I'm trying to think of this way to phrase this. In a practical standpoint, I understand, but also
would like to avoid doing stuff someone else already picked out, unless it's already a very accurate translation.
I mean, yes, I understand that, but also like I would tell them to get over it. And if I have to cite a source for that, basically what you just described, here's how I'll phrase it. You just described the translation equivalent of that thing that happened where, like, after people writing prestige TV realized that Reddit exists and somebody on Reddit will always predict all their plot holes, they started changing stuff. This canonically happened with Westworld. The writers of Westworld literally said they changed the plot twist for season 2.
And I think
guess what?
Series, yeah.
The Game of Thrones guys will never admit it, but they did that too. That's my version of that tweet going around with the cigarette smoking man. What's one conspiracy theory you believe wholeheartedly? The Game of Thrones guys actually changed shit because Reddit guessed their whole plot. Reddit has been guessing the whole plot of the Song of Ice and Fire for literal years because George R.R. Martin's not that subtle, and they don't have anything better to do. But the Westworld writers went on to straight up say that they changed plot threads for season 2 mid-writing because Reddit guessed it all. Don't do that. Their season was worse for it, and their show got canceled, and now it's not even on HBO Max. You have to watch that shit on Tubi, despite the fact that Westworld season 1 is one of the most cracked things I've seen on television. I don't know if it's like Andor good, but it's pretty good.
I mean, I think it just turns out that, like, I know it's a thing of like this is also a thing in like a lot of like actual like independent book writer stuff. I get book review people of being like, you can't depend on twists for everything you do because then it becomes nothing matters anymore because it just means you're doing everything for the thrill and not actually anything concrete.
There is, I think, something to be said for like the legal point of comparison that people bring up is there's something to be said for like. There's a reason why, like, writers and producer staff at any kind of media don't accept scripts from randos. Like, you're not allowed to show somebody your screenplay or your book, your novel outline or whatever. You can't blind mail it to people because that is a legal basis where you could imply, no, it's not that they could steal it. It's that there is a legal basis that could reform what could be considered some level of business relationship. And if anything in your spec script idea ends up in something they use later and they didn't like approve of your script or your novel outline or whatever first, there is room that could be interpolated in a court of law that they did do a harm to you. And that sort of thing has that has literally happened. That's a lot of book talk controversies are because publishers just straight up steal other people's manuscripts.
That also makes me think of the Rave Dactyl situation of being like, it's close enough. I can't make a legal case
that was a case where, like, I don't think that Konami directly stole it, but they arranged themselves to be in a situation where the suspicion that they could have done some damage was done, and they decided to settle out of court. I don't think that has the same ethos as fan translation, especially because officially they are not doing it. I guess there's the risk that if they did use something that's similar to a fan's translation, that could be construed as acknowledging. But I don't know. I like I said, community memes get acknowledged all the time in Japan. Funny enough, talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, I just saw another post. I think the OCG is doing another push for like Morphinen sleeves or something, or Morphinen support again. I just saw some like Japanese tweets about that freak show. So like,
I guess I look. Yeah.
There is a concept to acknowledge memes. There is a question of like in and out there. Albert has certainly played coy enough to acknowledge that he knows about a lot of things, but also for like job reasons he can't explicitly say straight up.
I just think about like the star and the planet thing. It's like
that was something they literally should have stuck to their guns with that. People were mad because it didn't match the fan
because also Castoria also still says star in her MP line.
Yeah, it's because she's using the word Hoshi, which we generally translate as star, and also because when a star is born is it's a pun. I don't know how people didn't realize it was a pun, but it's like double-sided.
Yeah, I mean,
star means both. They use the wordplay.
Yeah.
The word star means planet, but also a star is born is like anyway.
I mean, yes, I think they didn't plan it because they know the main thing they were going for was they're using the word star as a planetoid, as in because Japanese is a triple layered language.
So yeah, and if you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV, the same thing happens whenever they refer to Eorzea or Hydaelyn or Aetheris as this star. It's because in the Japanese language, it's all one word, Hoshi.
Yeah, it's like how L's and R's and B's and D's just being the same fucking thing.
That's one that I don't understand, but I think that's just because my brain is a native English speaker. So like they programmed my firmware, chat. They told me, hey, B, V, not the same thing. L, R, not the same thing. Other languages are just like...
It's like... Here is a weird way to say this, but technically, in Japanese, Koenskaya bitch and Kazaya bitch are the same thing phonetically in Japanese.
Which, honestly, could have been part of the pun, but also Vich is very Russian.
Yeah, it's like, sorry we bought time with like actual conversation about other things.
I'll pull up Egghead in a second. I'm gonna at Dallas again.
Right.
If Dallas is actually ditching Fail Portrayal about Gimmick Puppet to play Final Fantasy XIV, as much as I wanted to get through 14, I will be annoyed at him.
I just think Dallas is weird about his fucking priorities. That's entirely separate from his scheduling.
That may be true, but everybody has gremlins.
You probably put a question mark at the end there?
No, I don't. I'm accusing.
Okay. Fair. It would have been like exclamation point question mark. It's like, how dare you?
I don't know. Actually, I didn't even. I got the alert, but I didn't check my Steam friends just now. He might have logged off. But I got the alert. He booted it up. No, it says he's in there.
I guess I know it doesn't disable my fucking status thing.
Do I need to log into Final Fantasy XIV on my PS5, send Dallas a tell in-game? Call him a pee-pee poo-poo head?
What are you, fucking MVT?
I'm trying to think of something I could say to Dallas that the Game Masters on 14 couldn't take out of context as me, I don't know, sending him a hate speech. I'll let it percolate for a while. If anybody else happens to be in this squad, happens to be in 14 and sees Dallas on, tell him that he is the big stinky.
I feel like we call Dallas a continuous, like, fucking, like, ditcher or something like that. Like, what's the person that just fucking runs away from all their fucking scheduled meetings?
Here's the thing. I implied that we were scheduling it by telling everybody what we were going to do and saying it was going to be Gimmick Puppet. But technically, Dallas, never like CC'd on the RSVP.
I mean, you could have made a thing for that, but that's separate. Whatever.
I guess I could start doing Google Calendar so everybody can RSVP.
No. I mean, like in Discord, you can set up events and they see if people.
I know you can also do events, but I have tried that before and not gotten a lot of traction out of it. Sorry, we were in the middle of the talk about Hecatoncheires. I do want to say you are kind of correct. There is a definite art style split between the darks and the lights. The lights are very definitely like angels, whereas the darks are like
festering corpses,
almost corpse-like, and are definitely like
puppeted by some kind of like dark disease or something.
I'm pretty sure the idea is going to be because they're I was supposed to say they're field spell. No, it's not a field spell. It's a quick play spell. Their quick play spell being called Hecatoncheires Tartarus is like we are actually like I think playing up the fact that they're supposed to be like sealed up in the underworld, which like yes is a prison for Hecatoncheires.
It's also the world, land of the dead.
But it is in the bottom of Hades, which is for the dead. So I think they're doing something there. MBT did talk about these guys and says that he doesn't think they're anything. I'm kind of like I don't know if they're anything yet. But they seem fun. They are illusion types that do illusion stuff, so I think they're still like room for an Oops All Illusion deck.
What's the name for? It's like all Magia, right?
Yeah, Ars Magia
Ars
is the
Magia.
full time.
Like
Yes, 'cause I
Armagia,
think
but
it's,
like
literally
the
Magia.
new version of that, like
Art
where it's like
Magia.
they're doing the thing of like, I think we're doing the, we're doing the Starfrost thing again. I think we're doing alternative old versions of the characters as the different singers.
Yeah, because he's like the XCs. We'll see how that works out. I have no idea, but I guess that
the
means
way
they get
that's
to
set
do a
up
lot
though
of...
was pretty cool when I saw the cards.
That's another one that is very interesting. But I've gotten a white screen. Let's pull up the first boy. So let me preface Gimmick Puppet real quick, and then I'm gonna run to a bio break and then come back and see if I can get Dallas.
Hopefully Dallas or someone else.
We've been here for like 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't know.
It
but
looks like it fucking unravels.
So Gimmick Puppet is an anime deck. That's why there's going to be a decent number of cards. Though honestly, a lot of these are from Legacy support because this is a weird one where like Konami has tried really hard to make this playable at times. Unfortunately, I gotta say, this deck in real life has the problem that a lot of villain decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Do, where in the anime, I feel like there are so many quote-unquote villain decks by bad guys that are, like, full of doing, I guess, bad guy gameplay, for lack of a better term. Gimmick Puppet's design is, like, was very early, super focused on, like, burn damage and leading to, like, potential FTKs. They have, I think, a couple of, like, alternate win cons, or at the very least, they have both an alternate win con and several super big burn damage tricks.
I think burn damage is too easy in, like, anime formats.
It's true. It's much more threatening in burn formats where you or in anime formats where you only have half as many life points.
It's also a thing of like the problem is it also turns out that most of the other people who play against you are playing only like 2-ofs or 1-ofs of cards. They usually have that one of that negates effect damage or 2 turns somehow.
Yeah, there's so many anime cards that have that effect just to give you something to do.
Some cards exist just to up tension. And it's like
they also have a unique space where Gimmick Puppet is like a rank 8, I should say, like Xyz deck. It is from Zexal, so it's why the Xyz deck. But they have like multiple alternate ways, and they lacked a lot of the special shit because they were kind of it's funny saying gimmick, Gimmick Puppet have a gimmick, But they did. Their tricks lacked a lot of the core support that, like, really good Xyz archetypes back in the day which was they had several rank 4 players. I didn't have any rank up magics, like, inherent to their archetype. In fact, it took them fucking forever to give them, like, it wasn't... There were, like, 2 spells that supported them. And then they didn't release any more spell traps until, like, I want to say, like, the 2019 support. So, like, they went, like, 5 years without any spell core. And even then, they only added, like, 1 or 2 at a time. So, like, there's no spell trap backend for this deck. They are Dark Machine monsters. With the exception of, I think, Egghead and Gimmick. Gear Changer are Earth. And there is a light that is in the anime only who doesn't exist yet. But so they had this really weird space where they're trying to do, like, villainous things, but obviously if that's too good, your deck can't be good. And in fact, to this day, several of the early Gimmick Puppet stuff we're going to see is still forbidden or limited by the OCG and the TCG because now that they have modern support that lets them do all their shit, they can be problematic because they let you do FTK strats or lockout strats. The Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, the one that was used for, like, what's-his-face? Sanctifier locks. That card is from, like, 2013. Like, it's one of the earliest cards they had. So, it's a deck that's in a really weird space where Konami's tried really hard to make it good, but also has to be careful because this deck being good can be problematic.
I mean, Red Gates are also, like...
Support from last year got them pretty close.
I'm used to Galaxy as, like, 4... Like, but that's, like, the 4 to 8 deck where it's, like, kind of a combo thing.
Yeah, and I want to say this. Galaxy as a rival-type deck, their problem was... I think their problems are twofold. One, unfortunately, they have always been an OTK-geared strategy, which obviously means that, like, as going first gets more powerful... it becomes more important to have responses going second to OTK. Tenpai was like really good at like perfecting that strategy. And the second problem, which is why Galaxy Eyes is not Tenpai, is because Galaxy Eyes had the problem of being an anime deck for a popular rival, which means they got 10,000 little support cards, many of which either do the same effective thing for your combo lines or don't do enough for your combo lines. So you end up with a deck where, like, deck building Galaxy Eyes is a mess because legitimately any given card could probably be, like, one of 3 perfectly serviceable cards. So it's really hard to optimize your builds. And also doesn't leave you a lot of room for non-engine because you end up playing a lot of little synergies. So Gimmick Puppet goes from a different angle, but I am going to... yeah, it's just you in here. I won't force you to sit here and entertain chat. I'll mute up for a second and mute and deafen, and I'll be right back. Chatters.
All right, then.
And then we'll dive into this literal egghead soon. So I'll be right back.
Some form of hell.
Okay, chat, I'm back. You should count yourselves lucky I did decide to deafen mute because I might also micro-ran my vacuum for a second. Spotted some stuff on some dirt on the floor he had to get rid of. But let us make sure to have Egghead pulled up. I did mention before, Egghead, seen here, who is an egg. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's an egg, he's got arms and legs, and he's got a fancy wig. This may be one of the least fucked up cards you're going to see tonight.
It's just creepy because like its eyes, I think, are completely bloodshot.
Anybody remember Jonathan Colton here, chat? The song Creepy Doll? Anyway, that's some old school meme shit. But yeah, he's an egg with arms and legs, and he's got a fancy wig. So he's clearly like I hesitate to say, a puppet in this case, more of like a doll. But he does have, like posing figurine limbs. And I guess those weird swirly lines could be construed as strings?
I think it's more of like, it has all the articulation a puppet would have.
Okay.
I
just double check. By the way, also to put this one to bed, I did double check this. I assume that Dallas is busy with something. He is logged into 14 on Steam, but I think he's sitting on the launcher because I did just log into 14 to double check. He's not online. So I think that he's like booted up 14 and is sitting in the launcher and is not doing anything right now. My comment. If Axe responded at all, I did deaf and mute, so you couldn't hear. But I did say if Dallas has Discord alerts muted for the failed Portrayal chat, I might have to pipe bomb him. Jokingly.
I'm calling out. I'm gonna call out Gwen, but like it's a thing of like, I know there's not here, but like I assume they have. They're at least. I assume they get alerts for this channel because it's like not much traffic happens here, so they at least open their phone and see what happens. Because I get alerts for this channel too. So it's like,
yeah, I would assume you would not specifically mute fail Portrayal because
I don't mute it. I just don't do it where I get I don't get direct notifications. I just see if there's messages. I can see there's messages here. I just don't mute it. But like, I only have alerts for I only have alerts for the channel. Like I assume like you, where you only have alerts for fucking like the Cabal or something.
Actually, I don't think I receive any. I have unread post notifications for most channels because it's my Discord. There's a few streams I have.
I have alerts set for if people talk in the channel for the thing I run. So if like anything happens, I see it.
That's fair. Usually I don't need to go that far, but if I was like more away from my machine and I was had my phone in my pocket more, I would probably set it up that way. But no, like I assume that we don't have alerts, the channel.
It's because those alerts breach me having bad signal at work.
Interesting. That's a good. Well, I mean, you are on mobile. That's a good one to pick. But what I was gonna say was that like, I assume that people don't have the channel muted or anything like I said because and alerts turned off for it specifically because it's nothing happens here most of the time. Like occasionally we have flurries of posting, but that's unusual. We'll sometimes go days without anything happening in fail Portrayal because there's not something to like plot or plan. Anyway, Egghead. We've described what Egghead is. He is a Humpty Dumpty boy. Thank you, chat. I mentioned before earlier. Also, by the way, there will be some cases, I think, where we'll actually see some censored artworks, and I can pull them up. The thing that's censored about a lot of these is the names. Most of them have names that are just, like, pure romaji, and have to be changed because they are referencing something that an anime for children does not want to reference, and that at least is like, this isn't even, the games for 7 and up. These are anime archetypes being aired on, like, Saturday morning television. So this guy's original Japanese name being Bomb Egg probably wouldn't fly on American television. Also, gonna be honest, not very impressed to hear him called Bomb Egg. He doesn't look like a bomb egg. Now, Egghead, that tracks. But I did mention before, this is one of the rare Earth machines. This is an Earth Machine 4, 1600 attack, 1200 defense.
I thought all the other parts were dark.
I did mention this as an aside while I was talking about the archetype. They are mostly dark. There are like 2 of them that are Earth, and in the anime there was one of them that was light, but she has not been printed in paper yet. So for now, they are like 98% darks. Oops. Sorry, bonked my microphone from the back there with my knee. They're like 98% darks, 2% Earths. And this is one of them, so you can tell it was an early thing they got rid of. But anyway, you can only use the effect of Egghead once per turn. You can discard 1 Gimmick Puppet, then activate one of these effects. It becomes level 8, or it inflicts 800 damage to your opponent. So you can see fundamentally both the flaws with this archetype. This is a normal summonable monster that in order for it to actually do fucking anything in your deck, you have to discard another Gimmick Puppet. Though obviously them being 8s, you can see that Konami is already predicting that you're going to brick. You're going to have dead cards in your hand. So
Again,
Egghead
I
gives you a way to
think-
get rid of them. Good.
I ever think this, like, how every modern ritual archetype has a thing where they have in-hand effects, because I think all Yu-Gi-Oh cards that have a thing, if you can't immediately do something before it, it should have something you can do with it.
I think that's a smart factor of modern game design. The concept
mutants,
of bricks
I feel like they
or
need to have anti-brick effects on them.
the issue of like you said, like bricks or garnets is like super problematic, and generally the game gets away from them. So we'll see what the C's are. But yes, Gimmick Puppet technically does stuff that your archetype wants, because it does do a not insignificant amount of burn damage. Obviously, you need to activate that effect 10 times for it to work, but if you're doing it in concert with other burn effects, 800 is not nothing. Or it can become level 8, so you can set up your plays, but, like, it does nothing but that. It's just, and you have to discard a card, and for some reason, you're limited to once per turn discards, so obviously, like, showing you that the archetype can do stuff, but also you already see, like, oh, well, this is an anime thingus. I do think that Egghead, especially because it is an Earth machine, has been phased out mostly, but this would be a cornerstone of your plays because it's a normal summonable card that becomes level 8. And,
Yeah.
you know, actually, Axe, I'm sure you do know, having played some Galaxy Eyes, like, that is an actual factor, is, like, if
Yeah,
you're
because
playing
you
the
also
rank
have
8
cards-
deck, you need to get 8s on hand.
I mean, yeah, you also have cards that usually play. You also have cards that play around. How about this? Usually, have cards that also play around being discarded so they can summon from grave, because there's some that are just like that.
Yeah. Our next card is the next Earth. And this art is... I think this art's a lot more illustrative of what Gimmick Puppets are more like, but is also, like, absolutely perplexing. Our next card selection is Gear Changer, so this is the other Earth I mentioned. You can see that they very quickly got away from it. There is already there was an anime card that's just an Earth machine called Gear Changer that was in 5Ds. Does not appear in print, I believe. But this guy, it looks like... I mean, I know it's not because I can see the gearboxes, but the way it's shaped is, I'm like, this is a pencil sharpener with a stick shift and arms? Why is it like that way it is? And why does this have the fucking JoJo menacing aura?
All of them kind of do.
I mean, I guess that's the point, right? Is they're all supposed to be, you know, vaguely intimidating. I mean, I will
Because it's
say,
like-
this looks like a stand.
All stands usually have like some form of a face.
I mean, you can argue this guy also does, because the thing the joystick's coming out of is vaguely head-shaped. It's got like a round
It
top
is,
and like
yeah.
a pointed chin. It's a little
Honestly,
weird.
honestly, how I always took like half Gimmick Puppets are they are old ass antiquity dolls, or they are a bunch of like mechanical puppet pieces that are basically like that into a box, and then someone reassembled with them with like other copper mechanism.
Yeah, I don't know much about Zexal, but from what I do understand. I think it is not incorrect to say that their user Quattro is like supposed to be a little bit like the kid Sid from Toy Story 1, of just like he is the kind of guy who would kit bash his dolls together, and that's what the Gimmick Puppets look like. Like I said,
The thing about it is, like, in hindsight, Sid's actually not that bad.
No, Sid wasn't that weird. And I know plenty
like,
of people did disassemble it. The main thing was just that, like, the point Toy Story is trying to get across is that, you know, your toys have a sentimental value. They're like part of your vibes as a kid, and especially when they have this sort of impression, it is kind of like, it is a little fucked up of you to like strap them to a bottle rocket and blow them up, you know?
I mean, it's also impressive to be able to buy fireworks in like '95 from like online.
Well, I mean, I think they lived in the suburbs. It's probably not that. You just wait till the tent goes up in front of your gas station around July 4th. Where do you think I bought all my fireworks?
No, it's just,
but yeah,
I think
Gear
it's something
Changer
you buy
here.
online, but yeah.
He's a gear changey. He's a level 1 Earth machine with 100/100. This has also why this card is not used to this day, because, again, this is kind of, like, not useful. But the first line of text on this card's super funny. Can't be special summoned from the deck. You cannot 1-for-1 for Gear Changer for some ungodly reason. Soft once per turn.
It's literally like, it's like arms are also backwards. It's like, okay, yeah, this is like literally. Just...
Yeah, no, we've stuck the joints in like all wrong. Soft once per turn. You can target one Gimmick puppet you control except this card. This card's level becomes that monster's level. So like again, good concept, good effect to realize that you need level fixing. But also like, what a weird card. Why would you print a restriction that it can't be special summoned from the deck in the year 2013? That literally just means your opponent can't 1-for-1 with this deck, which is bad. That's you should be 1-for-1ing. So at some point in the not too distant future, we're gonna have to do an episode on my boys, the Mimigools, absolutely tearing up Master Duel. Previously, Mimigool Gaming, super fun. But it's very interesting to see. But that is like, because only a couple of your monsters are actual starters. It probably won't be until the OCG gets their crack at it like this year. But that is one thing I will say. I do kind of wish that World Premiere Archetypes got a little more ongoing support than just like Konami making enough space to release them for like 2 sets then stopping. Because Mimigul is a very complete functional deck, but also, like, it is funny that you literally only have 2 starters. It's just, you can use Archfiend as a starter, and Dragon Search is something. Master is not necessarily a starter, because he's... Yes, you do want to summon at least one Master, but you need to have something else to do besides that. If you just normal summon Master past, you're cooked. But we'll talk about more of that when we actually do it. This is a card that everybody should probably recognize. This is Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. This card's art is not censored. It looks like this at all times, and you are truly seeing the freak show just... We slammed a bunch of ball-jointed dolls together. It's very bad.
It's just, like, horror movie artsy, if that makes any sense.
Oh, I think very literally. There is, I think it's the card after this. There is a Gimmick Puppet card, which is just the puppet version, the ball-jointed doll version of Human Centipede. They censored it in the TCG so that it didn't look like a doll's torso with arms in the middle joint. It just looks like a rock. But no, like, I think that genuinely this archetype is kind of informed by that. I said everybody probably knows what this one does, because this is the one that is banned. The TCG just straight up sent this guy to hell. Because this card is from 2013. This is an old-ass Gimmick Puppet card. You absolutely do not need this card.
Is it the level 8 that summons stuff from Grave?
No. This is the level 8 that, if special summoned, you can't special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except Gimmick Puppets. So, what you do is... Sanctifier Dragon, the branded card, has the ability to summon a monster from your graveyard to either player's field as a like quick effect or an effect you can apply on your opponent's turn. It's a level 8 monster with like so much attack, so you can like bin it as part of a Branded Fusion combo. So what you do is you send this card off Branded Fusion, and then on your opponent's turn you summon Nightmare, and your opponent is locked. And that's just a case of game design of just, like... I don't know how Konami could make cards do that without, like, more, like, wordy text. But, like, that's a thing that, like... I know it doesn't make as much sense in paper play, but it's a thing that I've noticed in Master Duel. There's a lot of cards that can target your own effects they just shouldn't be able to do. You should not be able to ash yourself. That's stupid. That, like... And that only, like, works on, like, simulators. But it is technically, like...
Hard. Yeah.
It is... I mean, there are, like, edge cases where it could be useful, but, like, I think edge cases of uses would be better to just be like, no, you can't do that on yourself. You can't fuck yourself over. And, like, Gimmick Puppet of Nightmare should say that, like, its owner can't summon, because I'm sure they weren't thinking that, like, oh... Well, you know, your opponent can't do this one, but just, like, cards that do things like this are like, no, that's not how that's supposed to work. Anyway, it's a level 8 Dark Machine. It has 1,000 attack and 2,000 defense. You can special summon it from your hand by tributing a face-up Xyz monster. It does say it not, by the way, a face-up Xyz monster you control. So this is a kaiju before kaijus, basically. So that is really interesting. You can only special summon Nightmare once per turn this way. When you do, you can special summon a Gimmick Puppet Nightmare from your hand or graveyard. And then you can't summon monsters the turn when it's special summon. You can't do that. So like the lock effect is supposed to be because if you are using this card correctly in a Gimmick Puppet deck and you're running multiple copies of it, you basically get to make a free rank 8. So they want to lock you out of doing like generic 8s or Gep stuff. But yeah, just the fact that problematically, if this card's special summoned, you, which refers to the you in card text is ambiguous, but almost always refers to its card's controller. That becomes a lock, so that this card is currently banned in the TCG because you can do unfortunate lock stuff with it. I do think there was some grumbling because Nightmare's effect as a like Ixie Kaiju has like niche play, especially because it can fetch more of itself from the deck or graveyard. One thing you're going to notice, chat, once we get into actual, like, good played Gimmick Puppet cards, they're a big graveyard deck. They have several cards that are designed to summon themselves from the graveyard or summon when sent from graveyard or just summon things to graveyard from cost, etc. So, like, hypothetically, there's room there for them to do something, but it was a card that has a problematic effect, and I'm not going to complain that it's gone. Next, we have Gimmick Puppet Twilight Joker. This, I don't know what they were going for here, by the way. They changed his name from Night Joker to Twilight Joker. I don't know why they did that. Twilight Joker does, like, sound a little better than just Night Joker. But it's still, like, kind of unnecessary.
It's just weird to me. I always say this one's like more of just like a modified puppet, because otherwise it looks like it's actually just made normally, but it just has like a weird core parts.
I mean, where they've actually no, I won't say its legs and hips are a little weird, but that could either be forced perspective or just it's been posed in a freakish way.
No, because you look at it, you can see that like the left thigh and the right leg.
Oh, okay, no,
the
so
same
they've kind of like swapped the parts around. Yeah, the part obviously your eye is supposed to be drawn to is the fact that one of its arm joints has been like converted so it still has a hand, but also it has a weird freaky scythe blade.
Yeah.
But this is just like calling it a Gimmick Puppet is not incorrect. This is like a gag gift you'd find at like some kind of weird goth store. Which is like, look at this weird fucked up doll displayed on your shelf.
Except that blade, I think, is made of actual like hardened, like actual sharpened, like
it looks real. Compared to like the artist actually did a pretty good job with the shading. This creature's body looks plastic. That scythe blade looks very real. Yes.
To me, it's more of like I think it's plastic, but I think like the weird messed up like chest and like leg bits are like metal. It's like the same shape
could
as,
be.
like,
They're a little
other part.
shiny, but they're definitely like
because they're like the core part that holds all the weight. So I think they're metal, but then like the blade itself also looks like actually like sharpened metal.
Generally, I think most of this guy's body is pretty matte, which is a finish that's usually used to like show plastic or polymers, but could be metal. You can brush steel. The scythe is definitely a gloss finish, like something with a little more reflection to show that it's sharp, which is like definitely bad news bears. Gimmick Puppet Twilight Joker is another level 8 Dark Machine. It's only got 800 attack and 1600 defense. This is another flaw with these guys. I think they were clearly trying to separate them from something like Galaxy Eyes, but even when they're level 8, most Gimmick Puppets have dog shit stats. So, like, you can't sustain them alone. You have to be Xyz summoning. But Twilight Joker says, when a Gimmick Puppet monster you control is destroyed by battle and set to your graveyard, banish that monster, special this from your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. This card, honestly, was probably bad when it came out, even when the battle phase was more interactive in the Zexal era. This requires you to banish a card from your graveyard you could reborn later to summon a guy. to possibly the middle of your opponent's battle phase, where this card will instantly die with 1600 defense. I'm pretty sure Twilight Joker never got played. Well, actually, I shouldn't say never got played. It's possible this was played. The very first wave of these came out in the side set, by the way, Number Hunters, which has like the first big 3 number monsters and then the first 4 gimmick puppets. So, like, if you wanted to play this in the TCG, you were probably playing these guys at max copies for a while. That said, they're not super good. Like, out of like the first 4, I would say Egghead is functional, especially because Nightmare can be summoned from Graveyard. Gear Changer also is functional but slow. Twilight Joker is bad. Nightmare is not bad, but also a little slow. Again, we're asking for a lot of interactivity from your opponents, and Xyz, like Zexal format, was more interactive, so that's not necessarily like something you're not gonna get, but it was important. God, sorry, the scan on our next boy. We're finally gonna talk about some Xyz monsters. The scan on this boy is awful. Let's see, where is his actual
I should get going, but I don't want to leave because then it's just you, and it's like I feel like I might as well postpone the show if it's just you.
It's okay if you got something else to do. I talked about this. You got a very busy scheduling. If you should go, you could go ahead and go. I could run it. We'll see if we get any support here.
All right then. I might come back if it's a bust because Arc had. Actually, I might be staying then. One moment, I'm gonna go check in. I gotta go talk about it.
Check in. See what's up. We've at least temporarily lost Axe. We'll see how stuff goes there. It's just me for now, chat. How you doing? Literally everybody's busy. This is, though, the guy, this art, I want to say, chat, is well known for being very memey. Sorry, I just realized I closed my fucking tab that has my Yu-Gi-Oh! Card information. We don't want to do that. I need to read this guy. But this is number 15, Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder. This is another one they changed the name slightly. This was Giant Killer in the OCG. That's okay. Giant Grinder is alliterative, which is nice, and has also led to many great jokes. This guy I feel like is very infamous because his art is just so fucking weird. There's a little guy in his art. I think we'll actually see that guy later. He's got a card. It's got one of his giant mecha puppet feet on display, and he's also like actually being puppeted by like some kind of fucked up demonic weight training system. But it means that his like robot groin is on display. It's a weird guy. But this card is very well known for a lot of reasons, and I think the art style here is very, very distinctive. So, it's not unheard of. This big old freak show boy. Actually, as a slight aside, well, accident here. I forgot to say this earlier, and it would distraction. I should say, I'm not averse to running the show solo, and even though that means that my comments will just be my comments, and we won't get like that breadth of the Yu-Gi Boys opinion. I did actually change the way it's called on our Discord. It is now the Yu-Gi Boys. I'm not super averse to it because I do want to say I have a little bit of a call out for Loth, who's not here right now. I believe he's working. But if he watches this VOD later, I will not forget this. When you least expect it, I'll get you back. This guy was in country one day. Loth finally got back after like a 3-week trip. He's in country like one day. He ferments a Warhammer 40k Darktide gaming session with the boys at like 2 a.m. my time. So I can't participate. So if I get out of here a little early and can maybe catch some time, I won't be averse. But, you know, for now we're cruising and schmooving alone. Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder is our first Xyz. It's a rank 8 Dark Machine, 1500 attack, 2500 defense. A little low for a rank 8, but you'll see why in a second. First of all, completely generic. This is one of our generic rank 8s. Any 2 level 8 monsters can make it. And it has a very interesting effect. Up to twice per turn during your main phase 1. So trying to prevent an OTK strategy, or an FTK after an OTK strategy, I should say. Or I guess extending an OTK after the battle phase. Detach material from this card. Target a special summon monster your opponent controls. Destroy it. If it was an Xyz monster, inflict damage equal to its original attack. This is a very anime effect, but also when you're in the, if you were in the Ixie era playing, you know, the matchups, not a bad bet that your opponent would be running some combination of Xyz monsters. Like, definitely something you could side out, but also you could side in, or you could leave in. And just being able to twice per turn destroy a special summon monster in main phase 1, not terrible. The fact that if it does burn damage, if it is an Xyz monster, can be very useful. Honestly, like, our first probably good card. It might be a little slow. I think you wouldn't make Giant Grinder alone these days in the Gimmick Puppet deck, but you could probably pack it in there because it does still give you options to clear the board.
All right, I'm back. It turns out another person didn't show up out of other things happening. They forgot game was happening today, which is a thing that my brain would never understand being a possibility ever, but that's me.
I'll try and take a page from your book and be understated to people, but also true. I would never
occasionally happening at least a day of it.
I occasionally wake up some days and like think to myself, oh yeah, what am I doing today? Oh shit, it's, you know, blah 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 day. I have X or Y scheduled. I don't think I've ever gone a whole day.
One of my players,
what time it is.
My players literally doesn't know what days it is sometimes, and it's like, oh right, because she's got insomnia trying to, like, because she doesn't say no to any of her friends wanting to do stuff ever, so she literally has stopped hanging out with people like me, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, good at getting the fucking sleep madness. It's crazy.
Or just like having no schedule, which means you can't say no to, you just don't ever think about saying no to people because it complicates your life too much.
Yeah, but all right. Well, so you rejoined us.
It's not alone. So
it's true. And I did outline the effect of. I've already talked about the effect and art for Giant Grinder here. But if you have anything you want to say about this large, literally
I think
large
Giant Grinder. I appreciate Giant Grinder as, like, also besides, I think, like, why I'm blanking on the name of the alien race, the Varians. I think they're both the same, mean the same thing. Varian, like. There's the whole fucking Variant architecture behind it, the whole puppet thing. It's like, this actually feels like a fucking, like, horror, or like, this feels like a Resident Evil boss in a weird fuck up. What? Or just, actually, no. This feels like a boss in Alicia, which is the PS1-esque game that is about fighting weird, like, alchemical puppets.
I don't remember any of the super big PS1 or PS2. By the way, if people forgot, the PS2, I forgot, but thanks to Dungeon Chill, I understand now. But the PS2 was also a huge time for survival horror games. Some great bangers there.
I know. I mean, like, the PlayStation in general, but God, I still think about Kaloon's Gate sometimes. That game was fucking weird. That
game sounds so weird. I mean, I'm very glad that to completely aside. To say this to chat, I'm also so glad that Dungeon Shell introduced me to fucking Laguna. Like, that's like, I'm gonna be one of those people who's gonna be like, hey, Square, could you consider, like, re-releasing this game with an English port? Can you put this racing game?
Oh right, Racing Lagoon. Yeah, Racing Lagoon.
Yeah.
That game was so.
Apparently, by
insane,
the way, like. It sounds crazy because it's a racing JRPG, but apparently, in Japan,
it has the story of a racing anime. But yeah,
apparently in Japan, it does, like, occasionally show up on lists in, like, Famitsu and things for, like. So there's enough of a diehard fan base in Japan, it could actually happen. But, like, what I was going to say was that
races and random encounters. But yeah, I will.
It's a pretty cool one. But I was going to say that. I don't think there was, like, a properly puppet-themed, like, survival horror game. But you're right that I could see this being a boss if there was one of those back in the day. Like, this has the hallmarks of that for sure. And certainly there were giant guy bosses during that time. That was the original thing that happened in RE4.
Why is it always done? Why the fuck always?
Copying certain links on the internet is a pain in the ass.
There we go.
Chad, I don't know how many times I trim like 4 billion things out of YouTube ads.
Yeah, but like this is the survival horror game based off 90s stuff of like you are dealing with basically like mechanized puppet people,
mechanized doll-like humanoids.
People.
I do want to say, you are correct. This is actually very close to Gimmick puppets. They explicitly say a Victorian era mansion.
It's it's a bit like weird like not pinwheel but like tooth wheel like things that you put in people that like turn them into puppets.
Ugh. But the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki, Wikipedia, does point out that when they're not just weird, fucked up puppets, like ball joint and stuff. And actually, I should look when ball joints and dolls became popular.
The reason I brought up
they are Victorian style dolls.
Yeah, I mostly wanted to just bring up. I was mostly just bringing up the thing about Colin's Gate because it actually reminded me of the thing of like, do you remember the name of like the weird, basically like the creatures you fought in that game? Like that they see like, not like they're not like Tsukumogamis, but they're more like the Chinese thing of like things of like bad.
God, what were they? He
it's like
says
bad
the name.
Chi turns them into like something, and then turns out like, because they were also where people were being turned into them. And it's like, which is like. I guess that's how you make a thing where people then can turn into enemies you fight by like they turn into this other thing and then they turn into objects and then the objects turn into corrupt beings, and it's like that's weird, but you can't just have corrupt versions of humans. That was like a thing in the game I was always confused about.
That is something that probably missing a proper somebody taking a chance, you know. By the way, I want to say shout out to Dungeon Chill. Whenever he plays games that are not translated and not localized, he does straight up say, by the way, I'm just an amateur. I'm going to do my best to communicate to you the text of this game, but also, I don't know, man.
It's like, I honestly, I appreciate him over, like, someone like Duologs. I feel like he's just disingenuous half the time.
I think Duologs, like, top 10 videos are still pretty good, because, like, he's just reading a script. Like, he has a whole, I mean, he basically started a VTubing agency, funnily enough, so, like, he's
actually Judge the Stars. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's actually behind them, at least a decent chunk of their stuff. But like he does a lot of business stuff behind the scenes, and he pays several people to write the scripts for those. I don't really watch his like streams and stuff because I do think that like I think I don't even follow him on Twitter anymore because he is. Unfortunately, he is the kind of person who plays Yu-Gi-Oh! And other card games in a way that I hate, where he's just here to fuck with people. And I can't really tell because he's so deadpan all the time if he's being unironic when he says stuff like, finally, I've discovered a brand new stun deck to terrorize people, and I'm just like, you better not fucking terrorize me on... If I'm being farmed on stream by you playing a stun deck, I'm gonna be upset. Not that that ever does happen, but I do run into people playing fucking Cephalo. I beat up a guy playing pure Dogmatica in the Under 5 event. Just today.
I'm on the clock. I'm not on the clock anymore, so because of that, I can just say this to you. Like, a reason why I've always like sticking with you is because, besides these stuff, I feel like you get very fiery over some honestly capital T trademarked dumb shit.
It's true. I can get fired out with stuff, but I think everybody has that.
But you're also very committed to being like, listen, anti-asshole technology should exist.
It's true. I don't know where I picked it up.
I just hate people that are like some are okay with, but I just don't. I'm traumatized by memes, but like in the sense of people that just be like, memes mean I'm allowed to be an asshole for no reason, kind of shit.
I will say actually, it almost feels like a better way to say that so that people understand your meaning is you have been traumatized by weaponized trolling. People have used memes and like gags to fuck with you in a way that they shouldn't, and tried to be, it's just a prank, bro. It's just a meme, which is shitty behavior, by the way. That's you. I think we finally realized as a society.
All the dudes in my high school class acted exactly like that, or it's basically just like it was like tribalistic trolling to the point that I just hated every dude I was around.
I didn't even go to high school. I've talked before. I was homeschooled through my higher educational years.
I didn't fucking go to. I fucking sat. I fucking like sat in the lobby instead of having lunch because I couldn't be around loud yelling people that were just doing meme shit for being fun to think it was funny.
Yeah, and I think that sounds more like almost like an overstimulation thing, but also like you shouldn't have to put up with that. You know, loud equals funny has also died out. That did used to be a thing on the internet, but I think we've grown past it. But no, I don't know exactly where I picked it up, but I think I have spent enough years on the internet dealing with people who to this
I mean,
day
don't you
say
go in, like,
shit to
chat
rage.
boards?
I used to. Honestly, I think after everything that's gone on, like, just it. The appeal of doing stuff like that has yeah, just the fashy, or just because there's no filter, people are just way meaner and also more depressed and cynical about everything. Which is
I
just
believe
like
you have to have hope in
buzz.
something, because it's why sometimes I feel like you shouldn't dwell on negative things all the time, because it's like
It's true.
there's a point to that, but I also feel like you also have to at least agree with someone once in a while to like tell them like they're allowed to be cynical, because if you just don't tell them that, they just grow more detached from other people. You have to at least sympathize with them.
I don't know, I think sympathy is pretty key. Like I said, I talked earlier about your concept of trying to accommodate other people as like that's very noble of you. I think sometimes you got to be oh man, I don't want to get too real with people, but with a thing that's going on right now, with VShojo like exploding, with like VShojo exploding and stuff, it's like and Iron Mouse kind of foreshadowed that a little by talking about how she like stood up for herself. I think it's important, and a lot of people are going to say this. There are times when you have to be a little selfish. You have to look out for yourself a little bit.
I mean, listen, it's not wrong to be selfish. It's more just it's only.
You have to worry about hurting other people, right? Like actively.
I put this. It's fine to be selfish. It's just you understand. It's like your selfishness has to have at least have a moral basis to it.
And yeah, it should be. It should be for the sake of looking out for yourself. You know?
Yeah, because like I know people like some form of selfishness to be like is to live by your own means, but also to be able to be capable to help other people and do what you can to be supportive towards other people through being self-sustaining, which is different than being selfish for like. I'm gonna say off the top because. Listen, my salary only increased by $5 million this year instead of $8 million.
Yeah, no, like that's what I'm saying. Like that kind of selfishness is just like self-serving. But there are times when you have to do stuff that will not necessarily benefit anybody but yourself, but you are still benefiting, and you need benefits sometimes in your life. I say this to Axe specifically. I also say this to you in general, chat out there. Sometimes you do got to look out for yourself. Also, by the way, I double-checked. Apparently, ball-jointed dolls are like a late 19th, early 20th thing. So they are also semi-Victorian.
It's
so
also a thing that's like a lot of like
there.
It's a lot of like a very specific era of Japanese horror that's associated with like old-style dolls.
I would assume that probably has to do with like the opening of the country.
Probably. There's a huge
what year was the
stuff,
actual? Yeah, the Meiji restoration was 1868.
It was like late,
so
yeah, it was like mid.
So that was late
19th
so
century. Yeah.
That means that they would have opened the country and then like probably for the first time had access to these Western European ball jointed dolls, which I'm gonna be honest, I could see if you're completely. I mean, people have this response to. There's a reason why there are it is sometimes a fear of people. They develop the uncanny valley response to creepy dolls and whatnot. If you're not used to these things in a context, you might go, man, that's freaky. And it kind of sticks with you. Actually, I was going to say something else, though. I forgot.
I
was saying about like my internet composition. You are right that I have picked up a strong like self-sense of just like, no, you're just being a fucker. Like, you're just being an asshole for no reason and like fucking with people.
We need to listen. I think trolling can be equivalent to terrorism, so we need to have counterterrorism should exist.
Counter-trollism. But like, there's so many people even now are just like out here posting shitty takes just to get a rise, and it's like I understand like some people get some kind of like satisfaction emotionally out of like, oh, I got you all emotionally riled up for no reason.
Honestly, it comes from a place I think out of no empathy being built and also isolation.
I think it's only possible because you're on the. I think it's also only possible through. I love the internet, but also I understand there are problems it causes. That's the kind of thing that can only circumvent for the internet because when you go, yeah, I was just trolling you. You are on the opposite side of a computer screen and not within range to get punched in the mouth. I think that our human interactions were a lot more polite in the face when people could get punched in the mouth more.
Okay, I'm going to say this more. People would be practicing glory kills more if they were in like range of a troll, sweeping the leg, putting the elbow into the jaw, and then fucking like double throwing them into the ground head first.
Yeah, no, like I too many people take the fact that they can say stuff into the void and get away with it to just that means that you should do that. No, you shouldn't do that. And like I sometimes I feel like I do feel like and sometimes I am honest, I am exaggerating for the bit. I exaggerate to project for entertainment purposes. But genuinely, like, if you see me on Twitter ranting about how, like, people who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Villain decks are, like, real-life villains, some of that is honest. I do actually think, like, a lot of these decks have a game design standpoint that is supposed to be, like,
terrorism,
villainous and, like, unethical and, like, not fun for anybody because that's the game design.
Listen,
and, like, if you are like,
yeah,
I want to do that.
Feels cool. Listen, I like. I'm gonna forever say this. I wanted to play Cashtera before it was cool.
That's true. You did. And I think, like, the conversations we had later was kind of like, yeah, I mean, I feel I should phrase this now. I could say this.
I wanted to play Diabolus the
openly.
Mind Hacker because it looked cool to, like, fucking put everyone's deck in their in like the banish zone.
Honestly,
like
Diabolus was a funny card pre-Kashtira. Before they built a whole deck, I played Diabolus as, like, a weird tech choice in Red Eyes as a rank 7 deck. Like, Diabolus was an interesting card. The moment we made a deck where the entire main deck and the entire extra deck was to make Diabolus but more and better, they killed him. And I think I would much prefer if we put Unicorn and Fenrir. Well, actually, sorry, you may understand this, Axe, talking about some of your personal experiences. I have developed a new bias. I want them to ban Kashtira Fenrir everywhere, if only so Farfa will shut the fuck up about it in every Douglas Zeef series.
God, okay, listen. Listen. I will say this. Yes. I wish I saw Dad Farfa more, because I think that'd be funny if we did actually do dad jokes instead of just, like, 12-year-old meme jokes.
This is actually Yu-Gi-Oh related, so we can say this a little. Farfa's really interesting. Sometimes I like Farfa. I think Farfa is a much more expansive person that he shows on stream.
He's cool on the podcast because of Joshua Smith.
I think that his, like, Yu-Gi-Oh streaming brain is, like, annoying. I think that his chatters bring out the worst in him, and
I think he eats glue, like, metaphorically.
Yes, and there are sometimes, I think, when he just shuts off his higher brain functions. And to be fair, he has a young child. That happens sometimes. Sometimes you have to use all of your processing power on your kid.
I've grown to, like, understand, like, Mr. Zeef has progressed. He's gone from... To me, Mr. Zeef is a internet counter-terrorist. He knows how to terrorism harder than other people to the point that he can stop them.
I do fucking... Master Chef Douglas Zeef is such a guy, chat. If you dropped Master Chef because some of those episodes are really cringy, I understand. You should at least...
the racism. The racism is real.
It is actually real. But at the very least, we can call Farfa out for that. But, like, you should check out every MasterChef episode to see. The most recent one they posted started where, like, Joseph does the...
Is the prompt? Is the prompt, motherfucker?
That was really funny. The thing I think of, it wasn't directed at Farfa specifically. It was actually, Doug said it to Nim Nim. But the episode, like, literally starts. MVT is announcing the winner from last time, and Nim Nim is like, man, I don't know why I didn't get any points. And Doug just deadpan fires into the silence. Well, it's because your deck sucked and the judge hated it. And just like, damn, dude. Wow.
I know it's like 10 a.m. I know it's like only like 9 a.m. for him, but, like, come on.
Wow. And that is the part of MasterChef I like. Like, I actually don't mind when they bicker a little. I just think that, like, Farfa, unfortunately, has a bad habit of repeating a lot of his jokes, whether it's the come on, Kashtira Fenrir, or just, like, how does this serve the prompt? It's still annoying, but I think he's gotten at least better in MasterChef about trying to articulate it. Like, most of the time, he starts by saying, I mean, I don't want to start on your deck yet because I haven't seen you do anything. I just want to ask the question. Your deck is doing something, right? It's not just what you're showing me right now. And I'm like,
is there a plan here? Yeah.
He's trying to make his criticism more constructive because I think even Farfa realized that, like, just being like, how is this the prompt? Sorry, that's not what Farfa sounds like at all.
I mean, yes, but it's like, it's also a thing of, like, Doug literally made a deck just to fuck with Farfa.
Yeah, no,
it's
a crazy one. MasterChef's really wild.
What was the guy, like, the Max dude? I forget the guy, but, like, that guy was such a fucking shitter, and people should have called him out more for that.
Dimax? Yes, no, hey,
he
Chad,
was such a fucking prick.
I took your... I think the commentary did correctly, and is like, most people correctly pointed out that the prompt he stole, he he did edit to make shittier, and that was the part. Like, everybody who says the prompt was bad say it was bad because of the parts he changed, and they are correct. I know that, like, Dyer went to bat for him a little in, like, the comments. And I understand why, obviously. I don't think we should necessarily, like, dogpile super hard. But also the trying to be like, oh, I stole this prompt from you, chat. That doesn't work because you changed it. You did change it,
you're
so
being
that
a shit.
didn't
Okay, you're
work.
just being a shithead here. It's like, that's being entitled. He's not very entitled.
I do want to say, though, Dyer is the uncrowned queen of MasterChef because people keep trying to call out Dyer for her editing, and she's just like, fuck you, actually.
I still don't understand what
Even
they want.
MBT.
I still don't know what she wanted for her own episode where she was the judge. It's like, I don't know what she wanted.
Honestly,
like actual food?
The thing you got to remember sometimes is that MasterChef is an improv series. It is actually supposed to be kind of like Whose Line Is It Anyway, but with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So, I think Dyer made her prompt just so that the guys would try something, and then at the end she would be like, oh, you all suck. You all get no points because the points in the judging don't matter. And I think that there have been other judges who have done that better.
Yeah.
But no, I love that people try on stream in the footage they submit to, like, get snappy with Dyer, and Dyer's just like, fuck you, I'm the editor. I see the last of this. Dyer will even get MBT, which I greatly appreciate.
Okay, I need to say this now. I think MBT just never makes anything work out better. He just makes it, like, get worse or just continue the same, which also is shown very much as his thing of he likes to pretend to do devil's advocate for, like, right-wing fascists in, like, in Council. Because I know that's the joke for him, but, like, if you don't know him, knowing that's his bit, you wouldn't get it.
Yeah. Will of the Council is weird sometimes, but, like, in general, I think...
But he also, like, calls out being like, you're just being fucking annoying, stop.
I think that's why they need 3 people, because on the one hand, I think I understand what MBT is going for. He shouldn't apply this to every story on Reddit.com. Especially because Will of the Council does admit many of them
agree about, like, listen, it's like, but they also all think songs about sucking dicks is funny. So, like,
But I understand where, like, I think that having somebody to be willing to play devil's advocate is important, because if they get too honed in on something, and, like, it can be very easy to, like, read a story, have a gut reaction, and then be just like, yeah, no, you suck. You need a little bit of pushback
also,
to, like, critically examine your themes.
Also, Peeps is, like, the least horniest jock I've ever fucking met in my life.
Peeps is weird because he says he loves sex, but also he's just like, man, I don't know.
I think it just has to be real for him, I guess. If it's fake any form, he thinks it's stupid.
Quill of the Council is a very interesting show that I do still listen to, but there are times when they'll get partway through a story, or their response will just be like, yeah, I don't like this episode anymore. I'll come back next week. That's important, by the way, Chad, to be able to leave stuff off. But no, I want to say, like, MBT's, like, policy works because, like, they go to it, but I appreciate that as a third wheel, both Peeps, but especially Danny, are willing to be like, you're just playing devil's advocate, fuck you. And most of the time, MBT will say, "Yeah, you got me. I'm cooked. I can't." Like when the gimmick breaks. You're right. I'm fucking with you. I can't. I'm just making shit up. I'm filling air in the podcast. We're done.
It's like, it's very good to like Daddy of Luke Von Karma Prestige more, though I still think he should call out people harder because I don't think he did that well. Oh, hi Dallas, who finally showed up.
Holy shit. We vamped long enough. My thread of the pipe bomb works. How long has the stream been live?
An hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
That's very late, honestly.
Also, thank you, Saker. Thank you, Saker, for your response. Yes. Well, it was confusing. To a point, Axe raised that I do kind of agree with. It was a little confusing to see you, I assume, open 14 and idle for like an hour, but not have looked at your computer long enough to respond either today or yesterday when I added the whole fail portrayal about what our plans were.
Oh, I do apologize. It's been a crazy, bit of time.
I mean,
that's fair. And that's
every time, though? So, when is it not
Well,
crazy?
that's usually why he's not prompt, is because he's got crazy stuff. But that is why I sent an @ to the group to be like, hey, it's the new week. What we're planning on is this.
Did I miss? So I missed Gimmick Puppet, essentially.
No, we've been very slow
because
about
it has been just me and Axe. We're still in like the first wave of Xyz cards because Axe and I will just go on tangents to fill time because it's just
Because
me
it's
and him.
like, I like Gimmick Puppet, but I also just feel like I don't care about it enough to not talk about other things happening in life.
We're still early enough that most of the cards are shit, so like there's not anything interesting to talk about yet. We're at Puppet of Strings.
Let me also be clear. I'm pretty cool with Gimmick Puppet as a deck. Like it's neat, it's cool. I fucking love the art.
The art.
I know you
I
would.
keep suggesting. This isn't this isn't like DDD where I'm like I love the deck.
I'm thinking back because it's been very scattered. I don't think I've had much bad to say about the art. Almost every time that the art has seemed like
it's fucking creepy and weird, cool.
Or like misproportionate has been very intentional. Like even this guy, this is Gimmick Puppet.
Like you can see, like on the guy's wing, there's like an extra ball joint for the wing thing.
Yeah. But also his like his torso is like split into two different things that are connected by strings, like high tension strings.
And he also has like a skirt made out of like fucking like X-Acto scalpels.
Yeah, those are definitely look like X-Acto blades. So like it's a weird one. To actually say what Puppet of String does, since Dallas is here, this is another one also. They did change the name a little. I'm not sure exactly why, other than that calling it Gimmick Puppet Heaven's Strings doesn't... I don't like saying that. That doesn't have good mouth.
It is very awkward.
It makes it sound more grandiose than it needs to.
Well, it's not even just that. It's not even a grandiose thing, because trust me, the names get fucking...
we talked about Giant Grinder already. That was the previous one. That one was Giant Killer in the OCG, and I'm like, yeah, Saturday morning
Giant
cartoon name, calling it. Yeah, it's alliterative. It's cooler.
Okay, Giant Grinder's a better name.
Giant Killer sounds much better in Japanese, where you're like, fear my gimmick puppet, Giant Okira.
Yeah, no, but in terms of
God, these are all just stand names. Sorry.
No, I joked that.
Remember, Rocky's also a horror artist. Remember, like half the stuff is just horror.
No, Gimmick Puppet is as if JoJo's had a horror like season.
I mean, it started that. It started as Basic Castlevania.
They'll do horror-like chapters.
It also has horror segments all the time, like a lot of part 3
I think
is
that's
like
what
literally
Dallas is saying,
serial
though.
shit.
Is like
no, this is like
it's if it had
horror.
a horror like a whole part was horror themed. Araki will do like
for,
horror interludes, but also then he'll do shit that's just like, this is a gag episode,
or this is a crime thriller episode.
I say horror in like not like horror themed, like horror just like no,
Pacing,
these things are all horrific.
Okay, listen. I'm still waiting for when the actual like Tetsuo the Iron Man shit shows up in Gimmick Puppet yet. I was waiting for like some like full on Tetsuo the Iron Man shit to happen.
We'll get there.
So Mr. Strings here is another rank 8 Dark Machine. Actually has stats like a rank 8. He's 3K, 2K. Completely generic. That's another thing they did very well with these monsters. Most of their early Xyz monsters are generic. They realized the rank 8 restriction was bad enough.
I just like the bit of how like I think you could actually see like a 3D model breakdown of how this thing's constructed, because it's like the sword looks like it was just like fucking like Allen wrench together, and like you can see other bits in the fucking laser eye, and like you could just see all the bits where like someone put this all together by hand and shit.
I'm pretty sure this came from the anime, and like by Zexal, they were doing 3D models, so like I wouldn't be surprised if some of these designs are supposed to be 3D model friendly.
I know, but I also meant like I could see it like as it's being summoned, it constructs itself from like parts.
Zexal is a really weird anime. I think it's
it's all over the place at times.
Strangest anime of the Yu-Gi-Oh animes. It's arguably my favorite. Or
I like a lot of what's in it. It's just like it also is literally trying to grab the charm of the first season of like the first series again.
I would argue Zexal is the darkest of the 5 animes.
I will say like
I think that
conceptually yes, but not in presentation.
No, in presentation, there's multiple
I mean,
where children
yes,
get tortured on screen.
Okay, fair, but I was more thinking about where like the literal trash nukes on other worlds and shit.
But
I mean,
like, with 5D,
technically some of that happens in the OG as well, though.
This is going to be a little mean to 5Ds, and I don't mean it to be, but 5Ds is very edgy, not dark.
I think it's
No,
trying
I
to be
think,
cyberpunk.
I think that is kind of the point.
Yeah.
Yes, is they were going for a setting thing and they had ideas, and there are a lot of urban legends about why they changed plans, why they dropped stuff that's not like really
It just turns
true.
out, no, it was just mismanaged.
Yeah, a lot of
it.
it was just
It was
continuing.
just
Unfortunately, that happens a
anime-
lot with Konami.
Anime.
It's the
is
same
hard to make
thing-
sometimes.
It's the same thing why every mecha anime produced by Sunrise has that jump when they do a second season, and you're like, hey, what happened here? I watch channels about like Gundam retrospectives, and I remember being there live for this happening to Code Geass. Sunrise literally has a problem where they'll order a fucking 52 episode mecha anime, and then they'll get through about 30 episodes, and someone from corporate will call and be like, guys,
Oh, the
we
budget-
only have
it's
budget
gone.
for 38 episodes. You have 6 more, you're done. And you're like,
Well,
well,
that's a problem with
what?
Victory, where it feels like they were pacing it to be like a full 52 episode series of how they paced it.
and they only got 2 cores. Yeah, I
So it's
like.
like how-
I,
it's-
I think the only case where that didn't happen technically was IBO, but that was the weird case where they were like not expecting to get a second season. They got a second season. And they were like, shit.
I guess we're gonna try a lot of shit now. I guess
We did a hopeful ending because we didn't think we were getting a second season. What the fuck do we do?
All right, I guess we lead to the conclusion of all the plots we did because we kind of did a lot of dangerous shit in the plot.
Yeah. And spoiler: the person who plays Gimmick puppets in Zexal is a sadomasochist. I'm pretty sure he's explicitly a sadomasochist.
I would believe it.
Quattro. Quattro.
Yes.
However you want to pronounce it.
But,
I like saying Quattro because I don't like.
it's just because I
thinking
know.
they're-
I mean, it's because I know 1 through 7. They're all meant to be
I know
referenced 1 through
I know
7.
the
So
Spanish number is Quattro.
I
I'm
think
not
they're meant
disagreeing.
to represent a number, or at least somewhat. Except I think
There's a
Shark,
lot of
they all-
number themes. This is number 40.
Shark's weird.
Well, they
40.
try to give him a one later, right?
I can't
They
remember.
try to make his name like. Isn't that why
Or
we always
Shark.
have this Nosh or Nashkt thing with
No,
like all his monsters?
Quattro is the
No, we're
is
talking
one of
Shark.
the few
We have a Shark.
people in Zexal, I believe,
yeah.
that has no name changes between sub and dub.
It's probably because it
Quattro
works
and
out
Ninja.
well. I should say this
Because
though.
as far
so-
as
so-
numbers go, Quattro isn't awful.
No. It's 4 for his death, etc. And we should say what Gimmick Puppet of Strings does here. Soft, once per turn, detach 1 material from this card, put a string counter on each face-up monster on the field, except this card. Once per turn, during the next end phase of the opponent of the player who placed a string counters by this effect, destroy monsters with string counters, inflict 500 damage for each monster destroyed. So this continues the theme that
This is
Gimmick
an
Puppets
anime
has.
aspect.
It's true. No, this is an effect designed for an anime plot where it's like...
Yeah, like
Every monster gets a counter during the end phase of the opponent of the player who used this effect. We pop all your monsters, etc. Now, that does activate so that I believe that effect still... Actually, no, it says once per turn during the end phase, so this card might have to be face up to trigger it. It's not a lingering effect. I don't know if you get to resolve it, but it's very slow. But it does have like that effect to like pop a lot of monsters and do a lot of damage. And this card is limited in both the TCG and OCG still.
This card is okay.
I said
in
most
most-
early game votes not that great.
So the thing about this card and why it's limited in the TCG and OCG is because you could do you could do dumb loops with it that involve.
Yeah, it's a soft
decaying-
one.
Yeah, it's a soft one. It's not hard ones. So the 2 string boys are kind of the OTK tool. I don't really like playing Gimmick Puppet like that. I was always more focused on Mr. Grinder, personally.
And that's raw. That's like more raw damage. I guess I also think that
Grinder is...
I always want to get Leo to get off, but we'll get to Leo later, I guess.
We'll get to Leo.
No, he's next,
Leo-
actually. Because he was also first wave.
I like the other extra versions of Leo too, so yeah.
Well, and I think
Oh, yeah,
Leo
fuck.
exemplifies the actual gimmick part, because both of the Leos, the normal number and the chaos number, are the alt wincon ones. So they do have to be a little tricksy, but they do interesting things. So this is number 88, Gimmick Puppet of Leo. Destiny Leo in the OCG, that's another one of just like, it's a little creative, but I think just calling it Gimmick Puppet of Leo works better, because Destiny Leo is kind of nothing.
I'm gonna be honest. This is one of my few Gimmick Puppet arts I don't like.
This one's trying something very different, and I'm sure there's like
This does
a
not fit with
thematic
the rest of the archetype.
plot reason why it is this way. This one looks a lot more like most Xyz monsters from this era. Like he still has ball joints, but he has big shoulder pads and is very golden. He's very Utopia adjacent.
He's like a perfect grade Gunpla.
Yes, no. That's the thing. Whereas, like, most of the gimmick puppets are like literal antique dolls or fucked up art projects using ball jointed dolls. This guy is just a Gunpla, and that's a little weird. He has feet that are centipedes. Is the only way I can describe it. His feet are really fucked up, but other than that,
cool,
he's very normal. The Chaos version of this is much more interesting and thematically appropriate, which is still not saying a lot because it's mostly a ball, but it's trying. This card is a rank 8 with 3,200 attack and 2,300 defense. It requires any 3 level 8 monsters. Once per turn, if you have no spell and trap cards, or you have no cards in your spell trap zone, period. I should say not spell trap cards. Detach material. If you do, put a destiny counter on it. You can't deduct your battle phase each turn you do this. When there's 3 destiny counters on this card, you win the duel. So this is another anime ass effect, but it does give you an alt win con of just if you stall it out, if your opponent can't out this guy, you win. It's very bad. It's awful. It was awful when it came out. It's awful now because you don't get.
So this is the problem with Gimmick Puppet and the problem with building the decks. To build these decks effectively, because you could get Leo off. I have won many duels with Leo. But you have to play Floodgates.
And you have to play self-removing Floodgates. You have to play shit like D-Barrier when that came out. Wabaku, very popular back in the day. Like, you have to play cards that you will know you can activate so they get out of your back row.
Like, I don't like some of what Gimmick Puppet used to be.
I do want to say that I think that this is why Gimmick Puppet was so stingy with getting actual spell trap support for so long, because there was some pie in the sky that you would be getting Gimmick Puppet of Leo off regularly. And I don't want to say, Dallas, that you didn't win games off of it. I want to say in the best of 3 format, Leo is a card that is not reliable. In game 2 and 3, your opponent hopefully has some tools to be like, well, okay, I'm just going to play 3 Raigeki now, or however many Dark Holes I'm legally allowed to play in this format. Once they invented Kaijus, this guy, Gamma Seal Magnet, this guy is a turtle.
Oh, yeah. No. If I was playing, like, actual competitive cards, competitive games, I would not have gotten away with it, but...
yeah. I mean, 3 turns on a big Bungus just running, like, again, just, Wabaku every turn, shit like Rise to Full Height and stuff like that. I can understand it being getting off, but it's definitely like...
Well, you could also do shit like Tikaboo.
Yes. I guess.
Goes a match. Anything that locks you to one thing, and just have him be your one thing.
Then I guess you're not activating the effect, you're just using him as a big fucking beat stick. Because you do have to control no cards in your spell trap zone to use its destiny counter effect.
Well, no, there was... I can't remember what the card I used to run was. There's like a... what is it? It's the Mystical Space Typhoon reciprocal one.
Twister?
No.
Twister's face up only double tornado? Double Cyclone, yes.
Double Cyclone.
Which was very popular during this time period because we're 2013, 2014 Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is Double Cyclone is an artifact card for sure.
Yeah. And it's also, like, the advent of pendulums when that happens. You could do stuff with it. Like, there are ways to play with
also,
it, honestly.
Cosmic Cyclone was like also as just a Zexal era card.
Well, you wouldn't waste a Cosmic Cyclone on yourself to do a funny... Like,
I mean, if it was turn 3, you might, right? Like, if you've got 2 out of 3 counters, you could do it that way. The spell trap removal was not alien.
Yeah. Like I said, this card is funny, and I think most Gimmick Puppet lists still run this at 1, just in case. In case.
it is certainly a card that, like, depending on your strategy, you could actually do some stuff with Leo. And it is, like, it's one of those things, right, where, like, it just says you got to control no spell traps and you can't use your battle phase. So, there is a strain of thought that I do want to say I think has faded, but there was a strong strain of thought during the 2020s era of Yu-Gi-Oh! That the battle phase was over and nothing matters in the battle phase anymore. But that definitely
that's the same thought Magic has had every year for the last, like, 40 years.
I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Did have it very strongly because there weren't good OTK decks, and then they invented one good OTK deck, and everybody was like, oh, wow, this shit sucks. I hate having to think about the battle phase. I think they just let Tenbai run rampant, and then it got hit on the list rather than people actually adjust their strategy too much. But it was definitely a lesson in, like, remembering that, having positive board presence going into the battle phase matters, because if you...
It's like...
The way Tenpai works, having played Tenpai in Master Duel, I was there. I was there, Gandalf.
As a weird note to this, it's like, it makes me think about... I don't watch the progression seasons that much anymore, but it's like, I think a lot of time where it's like, Gage is a player who just, like, was during Orcus format, just mentally does not conceptually understand about having battle tricks in your deck.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not gonna run battle tricks in most decks.
It's just
battle
that, like,
tricks, maybe not, but like
it's just when stuff's like inconsistent. Like, battle tricks are surprisingly useful. Like, Farfa and Junktrunk keeps using Shrink that keeps killing Doug every time.
Yeah, I do think that times that he's gotten better about it, and I don't know what Prague is like lately, because I see reports from a member of the Yugi Boys Sate every week where, like, I feel like every other week he just says, he posts a new progression video and says, new progression. They didn't change their decks this week, so I'm just like, nah. That's the kind of thing where I'm just like, I kind of lost the luster of watching that progression that way. But, like...
Also, Timo's just, like, more active on Coworker Blue shows than actually anything else.
I think Simo's literally talking about how he's thinking of launching a more channel for less Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, because he's got a lot of stuff going on. And, he's being cancer-free, so... But... I do think that, like, talking about, like, we talked about MasterChef, right? The MasterChef mindsets everybody has. MBT is, I think, an unparalleled brain for limited play, but he also... He will go back to the well of just like, oh, well, I already built this deck, and so he will remember the 10-minute testing he, constructed or was given for a video and go back to that well. Like, he has a plan for that stuff, but it's not perfect. Doug hasn't read a card from after 2022 literally, and usually doesn't remember cards from before or after 2020.
I will say this about MBC, because I do want to give him a little bit of shit, because this is something I've noticed recently. I think me and him have the same problem, and sometimes we like to be too cute with limited, and it bites him and me on the ass frequently.
I mean, he's also just likes being a shitter in real life.
He's got a little bit
more. He actually does do too cute with, like, some of his Master Saga stuff recently. It's been like, all right, now you're just trying to be, like, silly, and it's...
Well, I mean, in like, literal Modern Master Saga, he's also got a problem where just, like, he hasn't had a good pull in, like, 3 weeks.
That is awesome. But he also has some... He has some good old decks that he can go back to that he just doesn't.
Well, if you haven't watched the latest one, not the upcoming week, but the previous week, he had to reconfigure that because he finally ran out of options. But no, I think that, like, MBT, like, the only thing that made Doug start coming out ahead on, like, Master Roulette was just they switched to newer packs, which for some reason MBT couldn't pull shit out of. Like, he was so dominant in Roulette for so long because, like, you hand him a random Yu-Gi archetype and he's like, oh, I'm vaguely familiar with how this works. I think we can pull this together.
I at least know the general mechanics. I know the general mechanics of this.
He almost always can tell when the good cards are at what rarity. Like, he would know going in, like, oh, no, all the good cards we need are Ultra. This is going to be bad. Or he would be like, oh, this deck, what Doug Zeef doesn't know is that all the good cards are rares in this pack. Nimnim's problem,
to
to
me-
finish my metaphor, is Nimnim's problem is that he's almost always constructed-brained. Like, he has a hard time thinking
he's
of
very 60-card
decks
trained.
being good in a limited sense. There are so many times his chat gives him legitimate suggestions, and he's just like, I'm not playing the whatever archetype. Those cards suck. Yeah, that deck was bad in competitive Gauge, but you're playing a format where you're not
They're
playing
they're only
for
bad. They're only bad when your
victories.
opponent has more than
Then
two
again,
interactions.
Sometimes that mindset can pay off. See currently.
I mean,
no. Sometimes it
He just
works
gets
out
better
for
about
him.
it because it's like he's been streaming more often, so he's just like gotten other people's opinions more.
And I think that Farfa's big problem, to round it out, is Farfa is too table 500 pilled. He's too focused in on the idea of not a funny deck, but a funny combo. He wants to create a funny line, and that does help him sometimes, but sometimes you don't want to build a solitaire combo. You need to build a deck that is full of interesting interactions that meet the prompt, and that's why I think some prompt he struggles when the judges are looking for not a combo that does a thing, they're looking for a deck that does a thing, and Farfa just goes, I don't understand how to do that. What's my combo? What's my one funny line? What do I do? It's like, no, Farfa, you just
Here's
play
the bit.
Yu-Gi-Oh! You just play funny.
When do I scream fish?
This is Puppet Ritual, by the way. This you can only activate if
Thank
your
you.
life points are at least 2,000 higher, or if your opponent's life points are at least 2,000 higher than yours, which is wrong in this deck. I get that it's an anime thing, but very bad to play in a burn deck. Target 2 level 8 Gimmick Puppets in your graveyard, special summon them. You can only activate once per turn, and you can't activate your battle phase. I get what they're going for. This is very, like, Zexal pilled for card design.
So-
This is a card that is super power crept.
There used to be builds of Gimmick Puppet that you could use this in, particularly when like smooshing them together with like other archetypes that had cards where you had to pay life and stuff.
I
but
mean, this
in mo-
this
and
is a
that
pretty
when-
good
I
line.
should say this: when Gimmick Puppet lacked cards, when you didn't have many options, this was an okay card. Now, this
Yeah,
card-
actually, I should do this since you are here, Dallas. Let me preface how Gimmick Puppet started. The first cards to be printed, the first 4 main deck cards were Egghead, Gear Changer, Nightmare, Twilight Joker.
yeah, only one
so
of
the
those
main
still
deck
played, I'm pretty- oh, no,
Was
no, two
pretty
of them
bad.
are.
Well,
Two of them
Nightmare
still
you
play.
can't play because it's banned because people
Well-
summoned it to your opponent's side of the field.
Yeah, no. So let me rephrase that. Only 2 of them were playable.
Yes.
In modern Gimmick Puppet. Now only one of them is.
Is it Egghead, by the way? Is that the one that we
No,
can still
it's,
work with?
It's Gear Changer.
Interesting.
Uh,
Okay. He is just a level 1 that can change his level, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Gear Changer basically says you cannot use 1-for-1 is bad, but honestly, this is a deck so far that we haven't seen a great normal summon out of. Egghead was good for his time, but definitely, like, Egghead only works if you understand that you're going to be bricking a lot.
And I should say, you do not run many Gear Changer. And I don't think you run Gear Changer anymore.
No, I
ran
think they
Gear
finally
Changer
got
in
enough
the
names.
2024 build. But with
think
the
they finally got
newest
enough names.
core, I don't think you would anymore.
Okay, is this
Like-
card art?
Like pre
So our next phase was
Pre,
about a year later in 2014,
you
you
could
know,
run
about 10 years
Egghead
ago.
too. It's not awful, but
Okay, they kind of edited this. I won't pull up the quote unquote unedited art, but
we'll get to
um,
the normal stuff soon.
this is Gimmick Puppet Destroy, which is normal summonable.
Destroy.
This was and not Destroy. This was Death Troy in
Yeah.
the OCG.
Okay, that's
Um,
too try hard.
That's yes, we're
Well,
trying a little hard.
I like the so I want to go a little bit into the character of Quattro because I find Quattro absolutely hilarious.
Before that, I wanted
to
to say that
he is a try-hard emo boy.
That's fair. He was very 2014.
God, all these cards just look like. I'm gonna say this is the visual it gives to me. We have in a garage, a power tool workbench. To the left and right, below the workbench, are just boxes and boxes of doll parts. And it's just someone taking the shit out of the boxes, putting them together on like a fucking tray, and then putting them together into these weird things mixed up like power tool junk that he has like sitting around.
This
No.
is an
Um,
art installation, that's for sure.
So you forget. Remember. I think I can say this. I think I can say this as a member of the community. You have to
What?
remember. Everyone in Zexal is very, very gay. At least in design. Like
There is
reason I
a
compare
certain
Zexal
amount of queer
actually
reading
mentioned
I think you can do
All
in
of them,
Zexal.
the problem is that they're all meant to be like around the 13 to 14-year-olds.
it depends. Quattro is meant to be older because he's.
I mean,
like,
fair. There's also
he's
literally
like-
like because it's
he's
like
like
Kaito's like
17 or
19, and then there's actually the people that are like actually like 20 somethings in the show.
Well, also Kaito is technically like 300, but
Physically, I mean, but he doesn't know that.
eventually he does.
Yes, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that for like a majority of the
Oh,
series.
but let me rephrase that. No, Quattro is just a giant like emo dork. Like this man has 2 hair colors, 2 tattoos, a scar across an X-shaped scar across his left eye.
I mean, yes, he's a
uh,
tryhard. Yeah, that's
No,
what we
he
call
is-
it.
So I like to imagine because his dad is like the king of Duel Monsters world.
I was like Dawn
Space
1000.
Station?
This is Dad 1000.
Well, no, Dawn 1000 is not introduced until the second like half of the anime. The main villain of the first half of the anime is Dr. Faker, who is like the ruler
Or
of
Dr.
the
Heartland, or
Heartland
Dr.
City.
Heartland, technically.
Yeah, Dr. Heartland / Dr. Faker. But so I like to imagine he's like, Dad, I want you to give me these cards with the names like Death and Destruction and all of this.
And
They probably
Egg
also sell
Bomb.
them- The problem is like
Egg
some of
Bomb
them
is
are
Egg
also
Bomb, by
like
the way.
literally meant to be like it's just like if there are a number of monsters though they existed exactly as for like centuries old like war machines technically.
And that's why I think the numbers look a little different. This is like, I think actually your metaphor was very appropriate. Like this has the core of like some kind of like vacuum cleaner motor, and then a bunch of ball jointed dolls have been assembled to make it a Trojan horse. But also it's on like a fucking
It's on a
roller
rotating
pedestal.
wheelie. Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's on like the bottom part of like you get in like an office chair.
But also, I like it because it's also kind of a joke. Like it's a dark joke. Because I mean, it's a Trojan horse. It's a bunch of people pretending to be a horse.
And I do want to say
Again,
that like
it's macabre art. It's macabre.
this card being this card is, like I said, technically edited. I don't want to say censored. It's just before the only the lower legs were dark plastic. They changed it so that the hip ball joints and the lower torso were also that, so it makes it look more like they're wearing puppet pants, because they were kind of like just bare doll ass to the wind earlier. And like that, I don't know if it's censorship or just like trying to make people not think about naked puppet butt, because that's not the point of this weird guy.
I mean, it's anatomical, but like.
And the
whatever.
legs were always dark colored, so I don't know exactly what we're getting at. But
honestly, I think someone could make a fucking like a horror.
you could
Gimmick
make this
game.
in real life.
Could make a door Gimmick game of like where all the enemies and like all of the just like weird like environmental assets are just like Gimmick puppet creatures.
So, Destroy here is a Dark Machine 4, 1200 attack, 2k defense. Once while face up on the field, target a Gimmick puppet monster on the field, destroy it. When this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, special summon 1 or 2 Gimmick puppet monsters from your hand.
So you pop itself. Okay.
Yeah, it's
But it's for
technically
hand,
it's a 2k wall, and then you can summon 1 or 2 if you've got them.
This would've been
Also,
great when you could summon this as a
when
best
this
thing,
card
though.
is sent from field to graveyard, obviously that doesn't work for as Ixie material, but does work with pops itself. Also, that doesn't say except during the damage step, so like this does work as just a wall. Like you throw it out there, and if your opponent runs it over, you go, cool, 2 Gimmick puppets.
This card is sick in Duel Links
I bet.
because you had a skill that could summon it and pop it. It's not very good in Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, I think this is like the first like really good normal summon we've seen out of the decks, but obviously is like super slow now. And
But
as Axe pointed out,
unfortunately,
is from
I think
hand.
this is part of the second wave of support, I think it immediately gets eclipsed.
Well, I do want to say something about deck building, right, is, like, we've looked at, like, 5 Gimmick Puppet main deck names. Even at 3x, that's not your whole deck yet. So there is something to be said for having multiple good normal summons, having them in parallel. It's just the kind of thing that as the deck gets better and better, your normal summon bottlenecks get, like, worse and worse. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the next one, and then the Wikipedia is being really slow all of a sudden.
But yeah, Destroy is not a very good card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's just not. But in Duel Links, it was really cool.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm losing connection to the Wikipedia host. Hold on. Getting a fucking Cloudflare alert. But we're gonna try and I'm gonna try and find the art for Dreary Doll.
Dreary Doll.
That one is also edited. I think, if I understood the art correctly.
I think she had her heart ripped out or something, right?
Yeah, I think she's got a couple of holes.
Yeah.
Let me open the gallery as a different tab. And I guess I can also start Googling it if the wiki's going to be slow. All right. You get a treat, chat. I believe this is going to be the... Oh, no, it's too tiny. Can I get a bigger... That's tinier. That's 4x16.
Dreary Doll. I don't know if I have a picture of the original.
Okay, this one is, I think, simultaneously both the unedited art and also... Google, why is that small? It says that should be 1,000 by 1,000. And now I can't copy it because the direct links through fucking Instagram. God, just let me copy images posted on the internet. Okay, luckily Wikipedia's backend has stopped being broken, so I could get the card art finally. But my attempts to get it to you faster failed because the internet is increasingly a dead-end cesspit. So this is the uncensored art, the original art in Japanese. You can see why. The TCG version is just cleaner because I thought they were holes at first. No, it's just she's covered in bloodstains, but, like...
Yeah. I like the TCG one better because it's like...
Oh, they also changed it so that she's straight up in a coffin. The censored art, though there is a lost art print of this, makes it look more like she's in a toy box, like a gift box.
I feel like they could have gone halfway and done like a fucking toy box coffin.
Yeah.
They probably could have. They went a little more simple.
But again, this is like environmental bit you'd see in like the puppet horror game.
This is another weird case where like they changed her name, but I think it's slightly better. This was just Necrodoll in Japanese, which is like cool, but like I'm pretty sure there were like 50 Yu-Gi-Oh cards that were called something like Necrodoll already.
As I've gotten older, I've just grown more willing to be like, nah, that's not bad, but that's just kind of boring comparatively to everything else in the same genre.
Kind of normal. Dreary Doll has that's got alliteration.
Dreary Doll really works because like the whole thing with Gimmick puppets and why I like them is because they're very cute, but they're also horrifying.
This is one of the classical cards that is also good. I'm pretty sure Dreary Doll made it into lists in the modern builds. I don't know if she's like in the current version of the list, but
she makes it into the current doll, the current version.
She is a rank. Sorry, she's a level 8 Dark Machine, and she's 0/0. So again, the stats are awful on these 8s. But if she's in your graveyard, you can banish one other Gimmick puppet from your graveyard. Special summoner. You can only use it once per turn. can't be used as Ixie material except for a Gimmick Puppet.
Because once again, this just got a new wave of support recently, so I think she's finally been cut. She might be at 1 in some lists, but
honestly, I have another thing. This is like I think I said that on the show a lot, but like Gimmick Puppet feels like until they just fucking tried to make it go like crazy, they were legitimately just like kind of I think too balanced.
Gimmick Puppet. Well, the problem
like,
with Gimmick Puppet,
it's a very fair effect, but like that doesn't win you games in Yu-Gi-Oh.
I think Druidal was great for her time.
It's just the she's a card that is slow. When this came out in 2014, really great card. All you got to do is just have a second Gimmick Puppet in your graveyard, and then you get a summon.
Yeah, and you can fish her with trade in. Like you can do tons of stuff, but obviously that doesn't cut it in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because that just doesn't work. But like I like that she's still run at 1 in modern builds.
It seems like a good extender. I believe that there is also, because of the way the deck works, I'm pretty sure even some of their modern like monster effects or spell trap effects give you chances to foolish Gimmick Puppets. So it's the kind of thing of like, well, my combo requires a foolish anyway, so.
No, Gimmick Puppet is a deck that really likes Foolish Spirit. But yeah, Druidal is great. She's like, when I think of main deck monsters to represent Gimmick Puppet, she's like the main one I think of.
Like honestly, it makes sense for like all of the puppets are in the trash kind of thing. No
she's
offense.
an abandoned
antique. I think she's also like a character in the anime or something.
There are like a couple of these sorts of like Victorian style bisque dolls that show up in like other card art, and I think we're more mascotized in the anime.
Portrayal was like there was
actually let me check.
Like everyone in these. Everyone in these, it's really funny. The art with the like crazy alien genocide art has way less fucked up backstories than the art where they're kids in an amusement park.
The wiki doesn't say anything specific about Dreary Doll, but it does say that she's in several card arts, like Junk Puppet, Mansion of the Dreadful Dolls, and Perform Puppet, where there are also other, like, girl dolls. So it may be that there are, like I said, there are several of these style of dolls that show up and may be involved in some more stuff. Not this guy. This guy's Gimmick Puppet Humpty Dumpty.
This is a creepy-ass motherfucker. Holy shit.
They didn't change his name at all, by the way.
It's
a little funny to me that they had Egg Bomb or Egg Head, and then they were just like, no, Humpty Dumpty.
This head looks like it's slowly expanding until it explodes, kind of thing. Like, at least that's like the vibe it gives to me.
Yeah. This is a card that is pretty good. This is a Dark Machine level 4. It's got 0 attack, 100 defense. When this card's normal or special, you can special summon a Gimmick Puppet from your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. A little frustrating that he is a 4 with no way to level fix, but still just free extension.
Why is 10 Goldfish better in this deck than like half the cards I've heard so far?
Well, Tin Goldfish isn't better because they don't want to actually make 4s is the problem. Remember, X, they didn't have a rank-up magic.
I mean, I understand. It's just like, it makes sense in the anime for like someone from hand because your hand is amorphous.
Well, also, just summon from deck was super rare and super powerful. There were like cards like one for one that did that. I just feel like limited to this day.
I just feel like it makes sense for Gimmick Puppet who's like also like some for hand.
So
grade.
this card has like 3 problems with it.
This one I think specifically is hand because they're trying to come up with a system whereby you because you can do both, like different cards do different things. Several of them summon themselves from graveyard. Humpty's supposed to get you another guy at a hand.
The main problem with this card is twofold.
Mm-hmm.
One, before when this card came out, obviously there was no Link monster, and there's only one level 4 Xyz, and there weren't a lot of good level 4 Gimmick Puppets. So you just like really, the original Gimmick Puppet deck was kind of like a brick house.
Yeah, because it's like it expects you to have like 8s in your hand all the
just
time.
ran level 8s. with like trade in and a prayer basically. So you didn't really run like Egghead was really the only one you ran because you could level fix to 8.
And he level 6 to 8
thing.
by pitching to graveyard.
Yeah, like
They don't even do the Galaxy thing if they just automatically modulate themselves.
yeah. No, Humpty Dumpty, unfortunately, was.
I get what they're going for, but it's not great.
Not really.
Our next one is another one that's not great, but is at least trying. It's Magnet Doll. Magnet Doll also, by the way, having a very, very fucked up like industrial scale to him.
I love Magnet.
This was just Magne Doll in Japanese. They dropped the T sound, probably because that would be like
I
Magneto.
love how creepy it is, but it's like it is just made of like magnet.
No.
It's clearly a gimmick puppet, but is also kind of visually distinct. The main thing you need to know about Magnet Doll here, real quick, is this is another Dark Machine level 8 with 1,000. They tried really hard to make this deck not Galaxy Eyes. So, like I said, all of the level 8s have dog shit stats for it.
Well, it's because it's like very intentionally all the puppets they have the stats of material.
But
Like, you can tell
if
what-
your opponent controls a monster and all monsters you control are face-up gimmick puppets, minimum 1, you can special summon this card from your hand.
Like, this is always the thing I think I've noticed more like in Xyz decks. Oh, outside of like Battle Box or something like that, where it's like in like at least early X or like middle of decks or like outside of very specific decks cards that are material feel like material.
Well, also you have to remember a little bit like this. He is like the first half of the first half antagonist, but he's not even the main antagonist. Like, he's one of the stooges of the main antagonist.
He's an elite mook essentially.
Yeah, because the main antagonist is his dad and the weird psychic projection child.
It's the whole thing.
Like you said,
Zexal has such a weird
Zexal's
story.
weird.
I love it, but God, it has a weird story. But no, it's kind of funny when you really think about it. Other than Quentin, whose deck just doesn't exist, Quattro's deck technically is the weakest of the archetypes of his family, because you have Chronomaly for his younger brother, which had a lot more success pre the in beginning of Gimmick Puppet.
legitimately, Chronomaly in the TCG would have been a great deck if they had just printed one of its outstanding cards in a timely manner. Like, it was pretty good in the OCG.
And you had Heraldic Beasts, which also were pretty decent in the OCG and TCG for like a hot second.
Heraldic
Not
was
for
very
any long
usable back in the day,
terms.
and honestly, the Heraldry is another one that's gotten some legacy support recently. Herald has a very interesting gimmick with like making your opponent's monster's name unknown and also negating those creatures' effects. Like, Herald has some sauce to it. I don't know if that's going to be a thing because like they're a rank 4 adjacent deck in a world where Ryziel is still playable.
Yeah, like I don't think it'll be like it is, and it'll be what it has always been. I say like support package to go in other decks that enjoy that support package.
The Heralds are,
That
at
has
least they're
always
Ixie
been
monsters, or
Herald
psychics, though,
space.
right? I think some of their mains are psychics as well. There could be some stuff there.
What? No, it's their main types are like.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, their main types are like Tipu type things, where they're like all over the shop. But anyway, Magnet Doll was very good for the time. It's useless now, but for its time.
No, when it came out, again, Axe brought this up, but this feels like a lot of overly fair anime type stuff where like this is an extender that requires your opponent to have a card. When this came out in 2014, there was a little bit of expectation of back and forth. Yes, you could get like blowout OTK decks, but there was usually a little bit of back and forth interaction.
Turn 5 was a casual. Turn 5 was a consistent thing.
Yeah. Nowadays, Yu-Gi-Oh, like there's. I want to phrase this
Turn
very
3 is
carefully
hard
because
to come
people
by.
clip this out of context. Yeah. Turn 3 is usually like the maximum turn. That is because the amount of interaction that happens on turn 1 and 2 has like gotten so overcranked.
You have like 5 mini turns in a turn.
Yeah, basically, the amount of play you do in one total turn of Yu-Gi-Oh has gotten a lot more dense, for better or worse. I do think there are some decks that suffer for it, and in some cases there are formats that are just miserable for it. But a lot of people out of context, especially Magic people, hear, oh yeah, you're lucky to get to turn 3, and they're like, because they have a fucking mana ramp system, they're like, what? How can you accomplish anything? This card game must be bad. It's like, no, you don't understand. I'm doing things on turn 1 and 2 that take you to get to like turn 7.
Oh yeah, I should mention. Something. There's also people that just like win. There's also Magic decks that win by turn 4.
Well, that was the previous meta, yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say I think there are some things that are taken away by it only being a 2-turn game. I have lamented the lack of an actual fun to play control deck in Yu-Gi-Oh many times.
There have been attempts. There are some very interesting like I think that what Yu-Gi-Oh builds better almost are like grind decks versus control decks. Like there are a lot of decks that have really good resources that if your opponent just can't compete, you just slowly come back and win. I think that Labyrinth is pretty like that.
I
Labs
think resources are very. Control is harder in Yu-Gi-Oh because resources are just like way more simplified in a weird way. If that makes any sense.
It does, but
I do want to say that like the unfortunate nature is the fact that I think it's important, but I feel like it took Konami years to realize that like big nasty ruling painful floodgates like the terrible threesome, which is actually like a 5-sum, but the continuous traps like Tiku Goes in Rivalry, and you can include shit like Summon Limit and stuff in there. They for a long time didn't realize how just annoying those cards are, because the idea is like, oh well, any 2 cards makes Nightmare Phoenix and then blows up 1 back row, so it can't be a problem, right? And like I do think that does affect game design. Like I think that Yu-Gi-Oh could be a lot more interesting if we just took every card that had Nightmare in its game and got rid of it. I guess, but like functionally, they're not doing anything.
I don't think that's hard enough. I think we need to do like every card that is an easy problem solver that isn't locked to a specific archetype. Maybe it should go so we force archetypes to be better at their own things.
I mean, I don't know about that, because like there's a lot to be said for like, and Yu-Gi-Oh has a long history of it, of typal, not archetypal decks being really interesting. Like right now, Konami's trying to make just generic psychic decks really strong. Like they've done like multiple waves of new teleporters and new guys like that to get in there, and that's not necessarily archetype locked. Like there are things you can do to integrate it with like Punk, but Yu-Gi-Oh has a long history of just like decks that are just kind of like Earth Machine good stuff, Dragon Link, being kind of the best. Like I don't think they want to lose that, because that is something that is fairly distinct in Yu-Gi-Oh. But I do think that just like there are problems with generic accessors, and I think Konami has finally realized that there is a problem with generic extra deck negates. Like just the arms race of material has gotten so fast that without lockouts, that just like, oh yeah, you can just make format Apo and then also Barone and etc. And they've realized, we can't do that actually. That depresses the game state.
As someone that's been playing a lot of like older RPGs nowadays, I've grown to be like, I like it when there's actually a goal to like a focus to a deck, instead of being like, I would do this kind of theme instead of like just doing this that wins. But that's like a thing that I think that like requires decks to have where it actually locks in and actually like has payoff.
My biggest problem with Yu-Gi-Oh's card design, and this is a problem in earlier Magic as well, is the main ways they give you to do interaction are either completely unfun or useless. Like you either get something like Mystic Mind, which is just oppressive and miserable.
I think conceptually it was interesting, but I think it just got used too easily by most people.
I think the problem with Mystic Mind was that they didn't consider the fail state of like, oh, if your opponent controls more cards than you, and a way for you to simplify this. Mystic Mind only destroys itself, I believe, if you have Tide.
Yeah, I think.
So like it's just a card that like it doesn't incentivize itself. It should have had some effect where like, and it's why Kaiser Coliseum got banned. You know, it should have some effect where like
I read Coliseum. Yeah.
if you have like, if you only have one monster, you die. Like you can't just Towers Turtle.
I think another problem is with Yu-Gi-Oh! Philosophy entirely, something I've noticed is, and this is a problem in Magic too, but it's less of a problem in Magic because of a weird monetary thing, which is deck building is a lot less casual in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because people net deck a lot. And what I mean by that is, like, you'll see cards like Tikbu, or like, there are cards like that in Magic, and they are played at, like, big money tables, like competitive tables. But you just don't see them in casual tables because people just don't do that. I don't know, it's like a weird cultural thing of, like, people just know if you're not playing in a competitive tournament, you just don't play Winter Order.
And I do think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is kind of the same way. The thing is just that, like, the problem is that, like, the visibility of casual formats is kind of low. Like, if you have a locals you go to, you probably know what your locals scene is like, and that seems like people are more fun to just show up and play locals events. The problem with Master Duel is dumb, and the only format that matters all the time is ranked. And then your other formats are grind for gems, and they listen to feedback and added a casual room. The problem is that the casual room is just used as a way for people to beta test their competitive decks without losing rank.
I'm gonna be honest.
People don't play for fun decks.
The best thing they could do with events is make silly requirement events.
And they've tried it, and honestly, sometimes even when they're doing events that have very simple, like arguably competitive, like they recently did an Xyz and Link only format deck. They did something they almost never do in Master Duel. Malice literally just came out like a week before that event dropped. They did not let you play Malice in the Link Xyz event because that would have been too powerful. They almost never do that. They almost always leave whatever the new busted shit is legal because they want to encourage you. But they were like, no, if we let Malice into this event, it will literally be nothing but Malice. Like 2 days after this deck came out, we can't do that. That's not going to be fun for anybody.
I still think they should, or solo mode, they should like put in dual puzzles.
I mean, honestly, some of the solo modes already feel like puzzles. That would be interesting to actually try. I know they have formats and like have circulated puzzle type stuff before, so like I don't know. It's interesting. Like Master Duel has a lot of good stuff to it. It's a very clean app, and honestly, like I bitch and moan about them making shit hard, but like I was able to build a full Malice deck, even though that deck is like 90% ultra rares and like a week late, 2 weeks late.
I just think they need their own equivalent of Momir Basic. Do you know where Momir Basic is?
No.
So you get a deck of 40 lands.
We're talking about like
every turn
your basic.
You cast a card, and it's a random card of that mana cost from the entire history of Magic the Gathering.
I want to play that. I just think I need a simulator for that.
The problem with Yu-Gi-Oh is that because there's not like a the idea would be how would you pick like what your equivalent is?
Because how would you ramp up more?
Make a deck that has a deck of 40 purely random generated cards.
But yeah, some of those cards don't work unless they have like other like 10 other cards.
Honestly, what I would say was what we need then is we need a room that's Battle Pack 3. We need them to code a room where like every deck is every type and then like control the format of it.
Can you agree with me on this? Battle Pack 3 is the most prematurely released product ever. Because I swear to God, if they released it like
no, I think it is like the battle packs
right now would be good. It would sell well.
Battle packs, and the reason why I think they're not is because they don't and as much as like content creators lament limited, they have tried limited play before, and it's been super unpopular and not successful. And I think Dallas is right. If they released Battle Pack 3 like type rules in like the
But you have to do it on
like the COVID boom.
It made like a master. It made a permanent mode that's just Battle Pack.
I can say this for Magic. Like, I have been a draft limited player most of my life.
People love
that is one of my premier formats. But draft used to be very hard for people to get into. Because, well, for one, Wizards was a lot worse at balancing draft back then, so, like, you got lots of weird bullshit,
I think we can say fairly that current Yu-Gi-Oh! Sets are not built for conventional drafting.
But even other than that, just people just weren't interested. And it wasn't really until Arena became a thing that limited, like, blew up Blue. Where I would now argue that other than Commander, Limited is the most popular.
And honestly, I could see Konami changing their mind from business pressures. I feel like they're not gonna do that right away because like Master Duel does have its flaws, but I think also generates enough positive buzz where like a decent number of people do call out that like Konami put some of their dev money where the correct is, and as a simulator, Master Duel is really good and really cool and like does a lot to actually like play the game.
No, Master Duel is.
It's a very slick app.
Like,
by the way, this is the uncensored art, by the way, of
what is
it, Shadow Feeler? Yeah, Shadow Feeler.
Shadow Feeler.
You can see he was a human centipede before, but nah, they took his arms off the middle piece to just make it a rock, which is very silly.
In this case, it's like less a human centipede and more of like a Geiger painting, but made in 3D.
I mean, it's not literally the human centipede, but I think that's why they did change it, because it is like the very clearly the two heads come together in a weird torso middle, and they're trying to avoid implication. But yeah, it's a little less cool.
Yeah, that is also a thing. That is correct. The best way to incentivize limited play is make all pre-releases.
I think Yu-Gi-Oh used to that they had like special editions.
First 6 sets of Yu-Gi-Oh's like functioned like limited compatible.
Well, I mean, they were printing a shitload of backlog, but no, Yu-Gi-Oh used to do pre-release events and like sneak peek events is also what they would be called. Yes, those did used to be draft.
Even though, well, pre-release isn't draft. Pre-release is sealed, which is basically shitty draft.
Fair.
I mean, that's true. The Yu-Gi-Oh was, I think, actually technically the same way. They were sealed product.
Yeah, sealed product I feel only. Like is a lot easier to do in Yu-Gi-Oh than draft would be, because draft you have to think about a lot of things and you have to balance a lot of widgets. Whereas sealed you can kind of just, because it's a luck-based thing anyway, like you cannot balance it for skill because it's sealed. You get the cards you get. That's it. So I think you can just throw a Yu-Gi-Oh set sealed and it would work.
I think they do still some stuff that is sealed versus draft, but definitely like they did do sealed events before and they were not as hot.
Is that 100% right? I have been conditioned as a Magic player that every time a new set comes out, come and do the sealed events. Come and do our events.
And like I said, they used to do that. They used to do like what they called sneak peeks and like special editions, and they would like release cards early as promos. You would go to events to get them. They would give you some of the packs early. That I think has kind of petered out. I think some of that might have petered out because again, the great internet nonsense and like we know what cards are coming out like months ahead of time because the OCG and the TCG are split, and they're so split that like I think sometimes incorrectly because the games are not the same, but people have kind of like got the meta scoped out a few months ahead of time, so there's less incentive. Also, obviously, you couldn't do sneak peek events during COVID close.
Because like that's what Magic does is instead because they know people are gonna find out whatever they're releasing. I think they tried to hide it in like the early years, and they've just completely given up. So they just do hype seasons about it instead. They show you the entire list of cards. and they're like in streams, and they're like, "These are the new cards. Don't they look cool? Don't you want to buy it? Give us money."
And honestly, Yu-Gi-Oh does do that still as well. Like, they will get content creators to open packs. They will release like most of the set list. They usually keep a couple under the hood until release day, but you know most of the stuff ahead of time. The problem is that, like, because the OCG exists, even that kind of press, people are like, yeah, 3 months ago we knew it was in this. What do you got? What do you got there?
It is the OCG TCG thing, isn't it? Because that is the biggest difference between Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Like, genuinely, I think they're working up towards it, because like the last couple of ban lists they've done in the TCG, they've made them big presentations after like streamed events where they've done like extra shit. The Max Headroom stuff was great. The walking around with them in a briefcase like a wrestling promoter.
Wrestling promo.
Yeah, no, like they're trying to do some more interactivity.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, yeah.
I could be announcing and go, "Well, let me tell you something mean, Gene."
But like the OCG, like when they do promo, they do big, like they do regular streams. They usually like hire a fucking cosplayer to dress up like Dark Magician or Girl or something and come out. They got a couple of commentators, you know, and they'll do the whole thing where they'll like pull up the giant card slides.
They also do a thing where they do they also do a thing I enjoy of they do event duels, or basically have like voice actors basically like showcase coming out product by like pretending to be the characters that rep that deck in the series.
It's like, this is unpopular.
People are fun about that.
I know this is an unpopular opinion I have. I think Shadow Duels are the coolest fucking thing Yu-Gi-Oh has done in a while.
I just don't think they're handled well.
The problem is that like
one was absolutely amazing, and just take that one's template. Find people who actually give a shit about Yu-Gi-Oh.
They've had a couple honestly that have tried. I forget which Sprouse brother it was, but the most recent one they did was a Sprouse brother, and like they interviewed him on stream. He knew what the fuck he was talking about. He was like, "Yeah, I played Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid. I know what I'm doing." They taught him a good deck. I don't remember what he played, but they taught him a good one. And I think the one you're probably thinking about, Dallas, I think that was the second one they did, was Xavier Woods.
Xavier Woods, yeah.
Yes, like I've seen that guy in other content stuff. He is a wrestler, but he is a nerd, yes, and he has screen presence because he also wrestles.
Well,
like
he also does WWE's video game channel.
Okay,
yeah. Spoiler: WWE has a video game channel called Up Up Down Down, which is the weirdest fucking thing in the world.
That's the weirdest name ever.
It's so.
So here's this is an old reach, but want to know where I've seen Xavier Woods Dallas, because I'm not a mark. I don't watch wrestling. He did crossover stuff with some of, back when they were all under Rooster Teeth, with some of their LA and San Fran brands. Yeah. So he showed up a little bit in Achievement Hunter. They flew him out, but he was mostly in Funhouse, and he still shows up to kind of funny stuff sometimes because they're independent now.
Yeah, no, because he's like a massive, like all of the guys in wrestling, because they're like, honestly, it's because they're like this. They're getting. I don't want to say they're getting better. It's a corporate entity. I'm never going to trust them, but. It's less absolutely horrific, but wrestlers are on the road so often that a lot of them play video games in the modern era. Mostly so they don't do hard drugs and then die young, because that's what they used to do in the 80s. Yeah, wrestling in the 80s and 90s is like, as bad as WWE is as a corporation, I will never like shill for them completely. But holy shit, wrestling in the 80s and 90s and the 70s and all of that before that is just like, how is any of this legal?
I want to say it's really like, I don't know what kind of like dark branding shit they got going on, but like
dark patterns.
the Shadow Duelist thing feels very hit or miss, but they've had a couple of good ones. I feel like they need to pick better.
Do I need to get the face test?
The VTuber integration, like fucking literally calling up the HoloLive girls to show up to Master Duel streams is like, that's wild.
It's
like
such an easy win. Like I will give Konami credit on that, because I have been shitting on them for like 20 minutes, and I like shitting on Konami. They're an evil company.
They've gotten better, but yeah, they still have evil parts.
I don't trust them.
There's still a lot going on in the, like, we don't know what's going on with Time Wizard, for instance, now in the background. Like, they just switched that from being public facing to not. So like, I don't know. They got stuff going on with them that's not clear.
I'm never gonna trust any company.
That's fair.
But what I will say is, as far as like YouTube and virtual integration, I do genuinely think Yu-Gi-Oh is the card game that has handled the best. Because Magic was like, they were never bad about it, like some companies are, where they're like, you can't do this shit, we will take it down and kill you. But they were always just kind of like, we're gonna let them be over there in their dork corner and do whatever they want.
Dark.
Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh seems to be genuinely like, no, we will hype you to do the thing if you do the thing that we want you to do.
Literally, calling up HoloLive English and being like, hey, who you got? You got somebody cool? You got some guys who want to play some Yu-Gi-Oh? Fuamoko and Kozeki Biju are free. So they're twins, right? You got the twin VTubers? They should play the twin deck.
Evil Twin.
They should play live twin.
No,
Yeah.
Like Cell.
Like I said,
Bibu, they had Bibu rep
someone-
Eldritch, which is a little crazy.
No, I
they've
mean,
got
that fits.
someone that knows brand integration well.
But sometimes that guy is also, I feel like, either asleep at the wheel or, like, not listened to in meetings.
Oh, 100% it's not listened to.
Yeah, it's like, sometimes that guy probably says some honestly, I don't... It's that fly-on-the-wall type shit. I genuinely don't know what Konami's thinking about or Konami of America specifically, because, like I said, the EU said they have no plans to change Time Wizard events. I don't know what Konami of America is thinking with the Time Wizard changes. There was a big... I haven't gotten into it super because I don't want to get into, like, secondhand drama. MBT did a video that was very insightful the other day, talking about how, like, he phrased it as Master Duel is killing Yu-Gi-Oh! More in the sense that, like, Master Duel is, like, a product that, while it has its own flaws, is, like, so streamlined and slick that, like, the paper play is bleeding players. Because that, like, yeah, Master Duel has decks that are all ultras. You can still free to play to that shit, or, like, buy some packs with money, whereas printed decks are, like, couple $100.
I don't want to bring everything back to Magic because it's kind of annoying when this is a Yu-Gi-Oh stream, but this is a genuine problem that Wizards the exact same. Someone in Wizards marketing department solved it by going, guys, Fortnite. What if we Fortnited Magic?
Well, yeah, like I said,
And
the
yeah, I mean,
fortification of Magic has actually been like, listen,
It's
the fortification
interesting,
of
but it's
things
helped them.
works out weirdly enough.
Oh no!
But also there are
Magic
times
has
it doesn't
never
work
made
out
this
because,
fun.
like,
That's fair.
the I
But we
want to
also
say
need to
this
kill
also.
Fortnite,
You
though.
got to be careful. You got to be careful.
No, it had growing pains.
Yes, it had growing pains. But
I
also
still
I want to
think
say,
that-
sorry, I'm talking over you a little, but I got to get this out of there before we get off track too much. The Fortnitification can work, but it can also backfire. I don't think anybody thinks American Dad in Call of Duty Warzone is, like, working. That's not a good look. That's not going to bring people in. But it also reeks of just, like, this was the only brand deal Activision Blizzard could afford. And it's like, you want to avoid that.
I'm sorry about what I'm gonna say here, but, like, I don't know how many layoffs it will trigger, but I think we need to kill COD and Fortnite so other games may live for once.
I mean, COD, you don't need to actually do that. Like, COD went through that
COD's
problem
dying.
where they phased it through. But, like, the fact that COD is trying to fucking tack on a Battle Royale version is just, like, not hip.
No.
I'm sure their gameplay is tight, but, like, it's just... that. Despite being the much bigger brand name, Call of Duty Warzone is, like, the store brand Fortnite, which sucks. Come to Call of Duty Warzone. We've got Nicki Minaj and Roger from American Dad. And it's like... Huh? What?
Okay, I gotta admit, Omega,
I think we
really
need
do
to
have
move another card because I think
shamefully
we were stuck
admit-
here for a long time.
I do
We've been
have
on
to
Shadow Feeler for a
shamefully
while.
admit-
Shadow Feeler's not a great card.
It's
What
been like-
were you going to say,
it's been
Dallas,
like
before we
40
get out of here?
minutes.
The Nicki Minaj thing almost made me play it because I was just like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, at least that's a real person, right? Like, that at least has focus. But this is Shadow Feeler. This is another level 8. It's 1k, 1k. Can't be destroyed by battle. When you take battle damage from an opponent's direct attack while this card's in your graveyard, you can tell it's not going to be great because there's so many stipulations. You can special summon this from your graveyard in face-up attack position. If you do, take 1,000 damage. You can only use this effect once per turn. If this card is an Xyz material and would be sent to the graveyard, banish it instead. This card could be good, but it has, like, 4 restrictions on it, I think.
to quote the scholar Embitimembitus, this card is penis bad.
It is. It has the core of just... if this card just said can't be destroyed by battle, when you take battle damage, you can special summon this in attack position. That you can only do this effect once per turn. That'd be fine. That still wouldn't be optimal, but it would work. It would give you a blocker. You would still take battle damage. This is... You can only do it when your opponent direct attacks and you take 1,000 burn damage and it's in attack mode. It's just like... That's bad. That's very bad.
It's a bad card. You should feel bad.
That's so many fucking restrictions.
Yeah, no, this card has never been good. Even when it came out, this card would have been.
So now we're going to do all the Chaos numbers, because they basically waited a year and then released all the Chaos numbers.
Well,
they lumped them all
first
in,
three Chaos numbers.
Well, yeah, the original 3 Chaos numbers, I should say, for our original boys. But they lumped them all together in premium gold, basically.
Yes.
So first, that is...
Let's get ready for some art.
First, I'm really glad we're not zoomed in on this guy's face. It's Gimmick Puppet Giant Hunter. This one they had to change its name because the part that the OCG kept was the killer. This card's name is straight up in Japanese, Gimmick Puppet Serial Killer.
That's a name choice.
Chaos numbers 15, Serial Killer. Giant Hunter,
I'm like, okay.
not great, but also not Serial Killer.
I mean, they could have called it Giant Killer. That would at least been fun.
Well, that was what the last guy was called, you know? That's the one we changed
fair.
already. It was Giant Grinder.
Giant Grinder. Yeah.
So Giant Hunter is just like... I mean, I will say, again, I guess that they're both, Giant Killer, Serial Killer. But, like, that being the shared part makes me go, what the fuck about this is Giant...
It's just so try-hard.
But you can tell that this still has the weird thing from Grinder... Giant Grinder in the back there. But also, what is going on here? Why is his... I mean, I know why. It's because that's one of the Barian colors, but, like... Well, I think specifically the, like, hot pink is associated with chaos, but it's like, why is his body hot pink inside? What's going on with his Attack on Titan-ass face?
The face I can't explain, but the veins thing it is the chaos energy of the Barian.
But it doesn't look
Barian.
good with his, like, gold body color.
It looks bad, but that's what it is.
Yeah. He's also got the flying, like, marionette thing, like, holding him up, and I'm like, that's okay, but also still weird. Why is it flying? Anyway, so the number one thing you're going to realize about these guys is this was before many Xyz cards. I don't know if there were any by... Probably somewhere in 14 there were cards that did this. Like, I think the first Utopia Ray was out. But there weren't a lot of cards that inherently ranked themselves up. Gimmick Puppets didn't and still don't have, like, I think a rum. Like, they don't have a specific rank up magic. But, like, they did not have a rank up magic, so, like, getting into your chaos numbers, you had to rely on the weird generic ones. So that is obviously a thing to keep in mind, because Gimmick Puppet Giant Hunter is a rank 9 Dark Machine with 2,500 attack and 1,500 defense. Its stats are just Giant Golem, but reversed. It normally takes 3 level 9 monsters, or once per turn you can detach a material, target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. If it was a monster, inflict damage equal to its original attack. That's good. That's just Giant Golem, but better. How do you make this in Gimmick Puppet, chat?
I can tell you, well, you use rank up magic, whatchamacallit, what is it, the one they use? Argent's Chaos Force.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I believe that's one of the ones that got banned because it was too generic. Let me see if I can pull that asshole up. Chat saying Barian Force, I believe that is also another one you could do, yeah.
Yeah. I can tell you why he doesn't have a specific run. Spoilers for Zexal. The first event of the Barian Emperor arc, he fucking dies.
Yeah, I was gonna
You
say.
know,
I
you
assume it's
start making
because he
it
gets
hard.
jobbed out by the real villains before we start
Yeah, you
using
start
rank
making
up
it hard.
magics.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah.
he uses their rank up magic against them. Because he does get to play his chaos numbers, but then Shark just goes, "Nah, I win." Oh, that's what he did. No, I remember. It was really funny. He was about to win with Chaos Leo, and Shark activated a card that attaches itself to an Xyz monster. Just went,
Oof.
ah. And now you know.
Yeah, so Argent Chaos Force is it was banned for a while. It is finally unlimited, but it got hit for a little bit. That was target a rank 5 or higher Xyz monster you control, especially some of your extra deck 1C or Chaos Xyz that's 1 rank higher, using that target as material. That would be the one you would probably would run because that would be very easy, and then that's just pick a rank 5 or higher, so that's very simple to just go 1 rank up.
Mm-hmm. There's another one that I'm trying to pull up because there's one other.
Yeah, chat recommended Barion's Force. I'm going to pull that one up, but I'll also grab the card art for Gimmick Puppet of Dark
that's what it
Strings.
Also use Numeron Force, obviously.
Can you use Numeron Force? Doesn't that go 2 ranks?
Yeah. No, 1 number C monster with the same type and 1 rank higher.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that would work. Also, Numeron Force.
Those are
So this is
generally the
Gimmick
two
Puppet of
best
Dark
ones.
Strings. This card's name in Japanese was Gimmick Puppet Devil's Strings. I feel like you have to say it like
This
that.
is one of my favorite arts.
This one is pretty good. This does
This thing,
using
this
the
thing
dark
is all
color.
knives. It's all
Using the-
blades. But
Using the dark color with the chaos light is really good. It's got the fucking glowing eye from Puppet of Strings normally. Like Axe said, it's got those wings, but now it has 2 wings and they're also hands made of knives. They're knife hand wings.
also, I at least enjoy that there's like one continuous line of like red energy for like part of it, but you could tell like the rest isn't there. But it's like mismatched in a way that's like this thing is like this thing was built only to kill.
Well, the thing I like about a lot of the Gimmick Puppet arts is they have an asymmetry to them.
Yeah.
You can see the asymmetry.
Something handmade usually gives that portrayal. Yeah.
Well, it's also kind of a not a what's that thing? It's a dissonance thing of like it's very.
I also think
lopsided,
actually
so
making them
it's-
asymmetrical means that they actually avoid the problem, where they're not actually that uncanny.
They're just weird looking.
Because they're asymmetrical, you're just like, well, that's not creepily human. They're just like, something wrong
Oh no,
over
it's
there.
not they're creepily human. They're just wrong.
Yeah. This is another Dark Ixie machine, rank 9, 3,300 attack, 2k defense.
This one's
If this
also
card's-
limited.
Yes, in the TCG at least. The OCG it's still 3, but I think the TCG is just like, no, we would like you to not do this. If this card is special summoned, destroy as many monsters with string counters as possible. If you do, draw 1. Inflict damage to your opponent equal to the highest original attack among those monsters. Your choice of tide. Once per turn, detach a material from this card. Place a string counter on each face-up monster your opponent controls. So doing that doesn't do anything on its own, but does mean that if you can do the thing we just talked about where you can loop either dark strings or regular strings, you can set up ways to burn your opponent multiple times, blow up multiple of their monsters, including blowing up your own monsters, and do damage to your opponent.
Yeah, you can do some pretty intense combo work with this card.
And then also you, you're for a specific puppet of dark strings, you're drawing a card.
Yeah.
So you're also extending.
No, I really like
Variant
this
Force is
card.
1 rank higher.
It's probably my second favorite of the Chaos Summoners in terms of looks. We'll get to my favorite eventually.
I just like it because it's like it's got like it feels dangerous looking at it. Like it looks like this thing is like inherently dangerous. Like all chaos monsters don't just feel inherently dangerous.
Oh yeah. I
Let's
really
try
like
and pick this up a little.
The chaos. Next goes the big boy. Bud.
Big Jumbus.
Bud.
The ball.
Baller.
This art is dumb. It's fun, but it's dumb.
God, I feel like we are getting distracted, and I need to be better about that. But also, I feel like I keep getting distracted because fucking once again the Wikipedia backend like is dying, so I like can't fucking load any images rapidly. So it's like I have to either do dead air or I have to start saying shit because like even when I'm trying to go ahead of time, it's like I cannot get Gimmick Puppet of Leo to fucking load. So like I don't have the card art.
No, not Gimmick Puppet of Leo. Gimmick Puppet Disaster.
Sorry,
Leo.
Disaster Leo. True. Okay, this image was large at least, so I managed to grab it. This one. So like I said, sorry. I should probably take a break after we do Leo and go refill my bottle of water because I drank it all the way through already.
That's fair.
But what I was going to say before I had to cough a little bit, unlike of Leo, or Destiny Leo as it was, Disaster Leo actually looks a lot more like Gimmick Puppety. Like, it's still doing its own thing, but now you're like, you've got this ball with the weird ball-jointed dolls, like, holding it up from below. And now it looks like a weird, freakish, statue. Like, it's a weird altar they built.
This card is very dumb, but it's one of those cards that I have seen so many times that it has just become iconic in my head. So despite the art being absolute dumb, I love it.
I think it's got its room to be iconic. So to explain what this guy does, this is a rank 9 machine. It's got 3525. It says 4 level 9 monsters, but don't bother. You will literally never be doing that because it says must be special summoned with a rank up magic targeting Gimmick Puppet of Leo. Very interesting rule that I think would have saved the game designers a lot of problems. If more Chaos Xyz actually had that rule. Neither player can target this card with effects, so it's kind of a towers. It's partially protected. Once per turn, you can detach material from this card, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. During your end phase, if your opponent's LP are 2,000 or less and this card has no materials, you win. A lot more proactive of an alt win.
This one I've definitely seen happen more than the base
It's
one.
obviously a little harder to get to because it requires you to rank up from Leo specifically.
I will say up until this point, I never noticed like the weird candles on like under the lion statue and like the metallic doll legs.
Yeah, he's like on a weird little
like
altar. It's very cool.
He's like a religious altar. It's really
Yeah, it's like American. Yeah, it's winged
like
lion.
the dark
yeah.
god Leo.
And funnily enough, name is not changed at all. Its name is just Disaster Leo to be the opposite of Destiny Leo, I think. But that like works a lot better, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I am going to try and load the art for. Actually, did I grab it, or do I need to go backtrack? Let me see. Is there a Leo here, or yeah? Okay, hold on. Let me grab Junk Puppet and throw it on screen real quick. I'm gonna run and get some water while the boys talk about it, and I'll be right back. But there's Yunk Puppet, and be right back.
So this kind of shows.
That's Dree doll before she got like cut up, right? Or that's something else.
Well, no, it's after she got cut up. This is kind of the thing that it doesn't really show because
They're all
it's
animated by
mostly an
Dark
anime
Rituals?
thing. Well, no, there are lots of whips and chains involved.
Oh, so like they're puppeted by chain.
Is
instead
it,
of
like,
string.
I'm gonna be real. The first time I saw Quattro, he gave me Quattro specifically. He
Was
gave
it
me big
like,
Hellraiser vibes.
I was gonna say, is these just sound like soft, like smooth edge, like Hellraiser?
Yeah, no, this is much more like angels to some, demons to others. Quattro would be one of those people that they were angels too.
Quattro feels like the guy who'd be like, "There's no actual goodness in the world. It's only pretend."
No, he isn't like that. He likes pain.
He's just weird about it.
Yeah, no. Quattro's actually kind of like a soft boy character in reality. He just really tries hard to be edgy, and it's kind of funny.
So he's like a fucking 16-year-old just being edgy about it.
Yes, no, he's like a 17, 18. But no,
He's a teenager instead of like the other children.
Yeah, well, because Trey is like an actual child, and then Quentin is just an adult.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm back.
I think Quentin is like 25.
This is the card art I pulled up is Junk Puppet.
Or if he's not 25, he has that fucking anime thing of like characters
Jotaro
not
syndrome?
looking their age at all.
Jotro's
Junk Puppet's a
not
very
quite
simple normal
Jotaro.
spell. It just says target a gimmick puppet in your graveyard, special summon it. You can only activate once per turn. Good card.
yeah.
Okay, he's like 22. Okay. Quattro's 17, and then Trey's 14. I think.
Quattro doesn't sound like he's 17.
No, 15. Yeah.
He sounds like a very edgy 17-year-old.
Oh, he very much is. But no. It's funny.
It's a creepy card, but like it does it well. I appreciate actually how colorful the background is, but it doesn't take away from it.
Got kind of like a stained glass thing, yeah.
The greens and pinks are not what you'd expect from like horror colors, but they make it work with like the tone.
Also, honestly, like I said, this is redrawn. You know, this we talked about this before. This puppet's normally in a coffin. I think also the like demented, doll gift box thing also
I think
works.
the cursed toy box is creepier.
I mean, I don't even know if it's
like,
a toy box. It's like the
shoe. It's like her shoebox.
The packaging that holds a doll kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Like you might receive it in a wrapped shoebox, yeah, or something like that. Like
Or at least
it's
shoebox dimension.
Like I said, I this gives me big Hellraiser vibes. Obviously the PG version of it, but still, it's just like
Yeah. This is actually just a doll that I think I've seen in my life before.
This is the one that is just called Gimmick Puppet Bisque Doll. That is literally what those
a bisque doll.
types of
It's
doll
a
are
bisque doll,
called.
yeah.
Sure is a bisque doll.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy because she's got like the crack on like her cheek, and like her eyes look like
She's a little beat up because Bisque dolls are porcelain dolls, so they are vulnerable to that.
She's very she has out of her Bisque doll, she has like actually like nicely made joints because like I'm used to Bisque dolls not actually having.
They could be well
I don't
jointed.
know if she's based off of anyone specific or
You
any
see like
specific
Maribel
doll.
vibe.
I don't know if it's specifically supposed to be her, but it might.
No, but I think it's just the general vibe of that. Like, it's like she's also wearing like a funeral dress.
I mean, Chat brought this up earlier. Like a lot of things that are occult that Japan likes, they do like cursed dolls a lot.
Yeah,
So
I think it's
that
a whole
in general, the
Japanese
Gimmick
horror
puppets have a
genre,
lot
actually,
of
more so than American
Well,
horror.
I mean, it's still
pretty
it's still pretty
American.
strong with Annabelle the Cursed Doll and shit.
Yeah.
It's just I feel like we clown on it a little.
I mean, it is it's a primal instinct to be weirded out by uncanny valley things, and the Bisque dolls do have that uncanny valley thing. But no, the art's fine. It's very boring. Thankfully, this card is good.
Yes. Well, also, so we're into the phase where they decided they're going to be good. I'm going to presume because that he did not, continue through the whole show. At a point, we just stop hard. Gimmick
no,
puppets
this was
just
still in the show.
go. Oh, then they
I
took a
think
long
it's
time
the
to print
third,
it.
It's the third wave. Of
Actually, no,
story
this isn't.
there.
This isn't from the show. Also,
No,
Dallas, you're just straight
this-
up lying.
Ma'am?
Yeah, it doesn't have the
thought
appearances
so.
tab on the wiki is blank. That means it wasn't in
Oh.
the show.
Okay.
This is from 2019, though. That was the phase when they decided to add a lot of support cards to stuff.
This
I don't
has
know
been quite when Gimmick Puppet was good, but this is when Gimmick Puppet was like okay.
They brought it back and they gave it modern support and they tried. It's just a really weird case where it's very interesting to see how like
Well, look
this
at
deck.
the OCG printing dates. If I remember correctly, this is from a pile of cards that got imported pretty late.
No,
Okay.
2019.
Then it just came out in the
Duelist Pack
same
5.
set as those.
Oh no. So in Legendary Duelist Immortal Destiny, because that was a set that was about Quattro cards, they did do some imports I think that were late, and also they did some much needed reprints.
Yeah, because that's when some of the old Chronomaly cards got imported.
Yeah. There were some
Trey
bad catch-ups,
didn't
but
buy it, so-
Bistal is a piece that was only first printed in that. I guess actually they did say, well, it might be though they reprinted it. It's in the Animation Chronicle, but I think that might be a reprint because it's from like the 2024 Animation Chronicle, which I think just in general had more new Gimmick puppets that were only in the anime. It's a really weird case, but yeah, like I said, it doesn't have an appearance tab, so I don't think it showed up in the anime. But no, like, so basically for 5 years straight, Gimmick Puppet was kind of nothing. Like, you could play it. There were good cards, obviously. Like, some of the extra deck monsters functioned, and they were generic, so any 8-axis
This
stuff
is when
could work.
it became a functional.
But
this
they were
way.
severely hampered by limited main deck names that were not good. And like I said, Konami just didn't print more of them at all during the Pendulum period and through a decent chunk of the Link format.
I want to be clear. They weren't a good deck, but they were a functional deck.
So Bisque Doll is a pretty straightforward one. She's another level 8 Dark Machine that's 1k, 1k. And she just says you can special summon her from your hand by discarding a Gimmick Puppet monster. Also, you can banish it from your graveyard. Your opponent can't summon target Gimmick Puppets you control with effects this turn. That's not a quick effect, obviously, but is a really interesting way of handling interaction with things like Imperm and Valor and stuff. Obviously, you have to do it proactively, but it is a feature where you could set this up so that if you have her in your graveyard, you can banish her and prevent your opponent from responding to your plays. And also, she's just a really easy special summon because she's not a brick. So long as you have a second Gimmick Puppet name, she's live in your hand.
No, this is a very good card. Once again, this is another card that has only been power prepped recently.
And even then, I don't know, you might... There
You
might
still
be
run
room
it
to play
at
one or
one.
two in a variant, yeah. Just to
You
get
still
more
run
ranks.
at one, but like there are some really strong Gimmick.
I
Puppet
do want to
cards.
point out also, by the way, Bisque Doll's summon requirement is not once per turn.
Nope. You can do some funny. That's how one of the FTKs used to work. By just cycling cards back to hand, doing them again.
So the next one we're going to pull up is going to be Chimera Doll, I believe. Alright, okay, slow loading once again. Let's go around. Let me just Google it and see what happens. Actually, should it be Chimera Doll? What's Terror Baby? I think it's a main deck card.
Oh, baby. Terror Baby is a main deck card.
Okay, yeah, so it should be Terror
Terror
Baby
Baby.
next. Chimera Doll's the...
Terror Baby. Yeah. No, Terror Baby's an important one.
Also, very distinct art.
Yeah. I love Terror Baby.
Not that, like, Chimera Doll's not also interesting, but... Terror Baby is pretty important. Here it is. So, blow it up, you can see there is actually a baby in there, and it is technically like a baby doll, but also it's riding in an evil baby carrier that is also a Gimmick puppet.
Yes.
This thing will, this will be a thing of like the person is in like a creepy ass like warehouse and like sees this thing in like the middle of like the open space and like checks it, and then the thing fucking bites their hand off.
Yeah, do not touch this carrier.
If you could just see the fact that it will close on you.
It's got teeth. So Terror Baby, I think now is like another case of just like this just straight up is your good normal summon, because it says first of all it's a Dark Machine.
It is one of your 2 normal summons.
It's got 500. It's got 0. When this card specifically is normal summoned, target a Gimmick Puppet in your graveyard except Terror Baby, special summon in defense position. Also, you can banish this from your graveyard. Your opponent cannot activate effects, cards, or effects in response to the activation of your Gimmick Puppet monster effects this turn. Again, that's not quick. And this is, I think, also where part of the deck gets its bad rap. The only way cards like Terror Baby and Bisque Doll work is basically to prevent your opponent from stopping you from doing the FTK, basically. Like, obviously, they can be used on, like, third-ish turns, you know, but it's just one of those cases where, like, the only practical use is banish it so your opponent can't interact. Yep. Which is annoying. But honestly, just as a normal summon effect to just get a guy out of your graveyard, great stuff.
It's very good.
Yeah.
As it interacts further with other cards, we'll get to later.
And like I said, it's just, this is another case where just like, you just have a good normal now. This is only on normal. Some of your other stuff even, doesn't work. This wasn't the exact same set. This was in a Battles of Legends set, but it was also 2019 when they were distributing Oops Everybody Gets a Link to. They got their Link, Chimera Doll. Do you want to say art design-wise, Chimera Doll slaps? The artist understood the assignment. This is like, imagine Death's Troy, but like even more fucked up.
Yep.
Like,
pretty much.
You can...
This is just like, kind of like... I always could say like this card feels a bit obscene in just the way it like is showing itself.
Freaky, yeah, like it's very weird and freaky. It's torsos.
Like,
its legs are torsos. Its legs are torsos, and they also have 2 legs. It's got 3 heads. Yes. I like that. By the way, its tail ends of the hand.
Yeah, it also has a thing of like its like faces are made at like it's doing like fucking like bull skulls but out of like doll torsos.
Well, and they're not even bull skulls though, because like the horns, that's the dragon head. I assume all the squigglies are supposed to be the lion's mane, and then the third one that's made out of fingers is the snake. So it has all 3 of the classic Chimera heads, just they're made out of doll bits, so they're extra weird.
Like I would say, like the person who designed this is like, it's inspired. I'll give you that. It's inspired.
So.
Inspired by something.
We will not look at Box of Friends tonight. No, I have shit to do. We're at 3 hours. I know I've spoiled you by going for 6 hours of Magic, but I'm like, no, we don't need to actually be here.
Yeah, we can't do that again.
Let's try to. Like, I guess we'll pick up the pace now because
like we're over the hump. Like this now that we're in the extra deck for 2019, we're in the back half.
All right, cool.
But let's talk about what Chimera Doll does. This is a Dark Machine Link 2. It's got the corner arrows, bottom left, bottom right. It's only got 1500 attack, but its materials are again fairly generic. 2 machines. Just any 2 machines do it. And honestly, you could see how giving them a Link 2 would really bridge this deck together because you have mismatched levels. I don't think it quite does that, but it's still an important part of the piece. During your main phase, if you control this Link Summon card, you can activate this effect. You can't special summon monsters from your extra deck except Machine Xyz, but take 1 Gimmick Puppet monster from your deck, either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard, and if all monsters you control are Gimmick Puppets, minimum 1, so this itself counts, special summon a Gimmick Puppet from your hand. You only use this effect once per turn. So this is a giant Band-Aid in the form of a Link 2.
Yep.
This
no,
adds...
Giant Band-Aid's a different card.
True. But this card foolishes or adds any Gimmick Puppet, and then also summons a Gimmick Puppet. So, like, if you already have a good Gimmick Puppet to summon from your hand, you can bin something else. And any 2 Gimmick Puppets or any 2 generic machine extenders will make this.
Yeah. It's a solid card. It's still played pretty much because it's the only Link the deck plays.
I think there might be some other machine Link 2s you might try.
No, because there's a lot of cards that require you Dark Machine Lock, and there's not really a good Like in some of the hybrid builds, maybe, but the extra deck is pretty like.
It's true. You have a really good options.
We haven't gotten to the boy yet, but the extra deck is pretty locked up.
Well, speaking of filling out the extra deck, here's another one that you probably play because this is your
Here's
4.
The boy. Oh no, not this. This card.
Gigantes doll. This is your rank 4.
This card's not amazing.
But they tried to give you a rank 4. This one suffers, I think, from the opposite end of the game design space, where it came out at a point where they were like, oh, okay, we're getting new stuff. Obviously, it has to be archetype locked. So this is a Dark Machine Exceeds that's a rank 4. It's 0 attack, 2k defense. It requires 2 level 4 Gimmick Puppets. No, this is important, but I also think that this card is a little awkward. So it's got 2 effects. One of them is more important than the other, I think. So, first of all, you can detach 2 materials from this card to target up to 2 monsters your opponent controls, gain control until the end phase. For us to turn, you can't special summon except Gimmick Puppets in order to declare an attack to separate seize monsters. Funny, but not very good. The main thing is that this...
It's not very good, except when it is very good.
It's true. It's an option you can do, because it is up to 2. But it's definitely like a very weird spot to be in. But if you were playing an FTK variant of the build, you have to count that your opponent's going to make you go second sometimes. So this is a decent trick for that. But you can tribute this card. All monsters you control become level 8 until the end of this turn. You can use each effect of Gimmick Puppet Gigantes Doll once per turn. So this is just a very blanket level fix. It also works if you're stealing those monsters to force them to be level 8. I think the main thing we got in this phase was
I just didn't,
spell trap
this
support.
is like really, like this is like a weird like.
Oh yeah, we should say this guy's like it's Humpty Dumpty and Twilight Joker and I think maybe Gear Shifter like all fused together plus all the doll bits.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like, how do I put this? It makes you think of like in Nier Automata or like some Zelda games where there's like a weird, where is that one boss that's made out of all these junk parts that's on the battlefield that just like magnetize together. It gets that vibe.
That is kind of the aesthetic that the deck is kind of going to take on with a lot of its cards now.
A bunch of corpses magnetized together.
Yeah, it's very much like it's very much junk Gimmick Puppets now. I will say, Omega, I think you underestimate how important having a good normal summon was. Terror Baby was hell of important.
Oh no, Terror Baby is very important. I'm just saying that like Gigantes Doll is not super critical.
I do need to say that like Bisque's doll's hair is immaculate.
Yeah, it's very good art. This is another one where this was originally a coffin. They redrew it to be a doll box. It's fine. This is Condolence Puppet.
Oh yeah, this spell trap support.
This is a card. This was actually from 2020. This was a little bit later, but it's from roughly the same era. This was their first crack at trying to be like, oh yeah, we had a shitload of Gimmick Puppets. Let's try and give them some extra gas. The problem is this is effectively a going second card, which this deck doesn't want. Send Gimmick Puppet monsters with different names from your deck to the graveyard up to the number of monsters your opponent controls that were summoned from the extra deck, +1. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Target a machine exceeds you control. It can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects while face up on the field. Each effect once per turn. So, like, the second effect, the banish effect, very good. Just give your guys protection. Unfortunately, their field spell does that way better now. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is still a Foolish Burial, even if your opponent doesn't control any monsters, because it's the number +1, so 0 + 1 is 1.
Yeah, it is, but I still
not
think this
super great.
This is one of those cards where, like, I can see the justification for running it.
It's a card that in certain circumstances is going to be good. This is effectively 3 extra copies of Foolish Burial, which is limited.
And in pure Gimmick Puppets, I would probably run this. But this is one of those cards, if you're going to be combining archetypes, this is one of those cards to cut.
True. Actually, did we miss that guy, or was he just printed super late?
Who?
Oh, we did miss him. Shit. Scissor Arms.
Oh,
how did I not add that guy earlier?
Oh yeah, Scissor Arms is also part of the amalgam. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, let me
We
show
can
him real
talk
quick.
about him.
It's a, first of all, art wise, I think it's a good card to show because talking about how it's vaguely Hellraiser. Let me throw him on screen. This doll is covered in riveted leather, which obviously shouldn't necessarily make you think bondage, but does. Also, its arms are scissors.
Yeah, no, like
Oh,
I
yeah,
said,
this is like extreme. This is like extreme with like Edward Scissorhands, but like bondage.
This
Well,
was
this-
one of their original wave of support. This was a Number Hunters card. So at the time, very good.
Maybe.
I mean,
I would say,
its effect
though-
was when this card's normal summon, send a Gimmick Puppet from your deck to the graveyard. Like, that's
When was it printed?
2013. This was in the very first
Oh,
wave.
2013. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. No, like, this is
Right.
the same wave as, like, Egghead, Gear Changer, Nightmare, Twilight Joker. Like, that's
This
perfectly
does-
fine.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, that makes sense.
Also, these clippers have been used. As you could just see in the dance. They're like, oh, this has been sharpened and used a lot.
This is a card that
This-
was good when it came out, but because it also
this
doesn't
been
level fix itself, is, like, super
Eclipsed
power
by
card.
Terror Baby.
Yeah, Terror Baby does this card's job so much better.
Yeah.
But the reason why I pulled that out was because I grabbed the card art for another one of their trap cards, their Continuous Spell.
Oh, this card. This useless ass card.
Perform Puppet.
Yep.
Again, they realized that blocking this deck out of having spell traps was bad, but I don't know if they gave them good spell traps right away. So Perform Puppet.
No, right away, no. Ooh.
Perform Puppet says you can banish a Gimmick Puppet from your graveyard. All monsters you control become that monster's level until the end of this turn, even if this leads the field. If a face-up Gimmick Puppet you would control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect sent to the graveyard, target a banished Gimmick Puppet, special summon it. You can only use each effect once per turn. Honestly, this card's not terrible. It's just that, like, they're trying to give this deck a resource loop, and this deck isn't about a resource loop. Like,
Honestly,
Well,
as a design thing I noticed here is that like, is Dorito meant to be like the main component in like most of like the Xyz dolls? Because I feel like her blonde hair and like her eye is a recurring thing in all the bigger dolls.
Of the not, we'll get to the next one, but yeah.
Of like the harp at least, like the harp,
Yeah.
like a harp string, like at least strings feels like it uses her as the main base. 'cause,
I mean,
has, like,
I don't
blonde
think
hair
so. I
and her
think
eye.
I think the Xyz monsters are supposed to look like Quattro. And that was before they literally
well-
made an Xyz monster that was just Quattro. Like, I think
I don't
actually
think they're all
strings.
supposed to look like Quattro. One
I
of
mean,
them is, though.
maybe not, but Giant Golem does have a pretty human face. Leo is just a,
Well-
like we said, it's a gunpla.
I like to think, personally, if we're going with that theory, I think they're all supposed to represent, or at least the first three, are supposed to represent different family members.
I could see that.
But
But yeah, so whatchamacallit, Perform Puppet is like okay. It's just one of those things that's like not ideal. So like
continuous trap,
it's a continuous, no, it's a spell.
a continuous spell.
The problem is that it's like it's a continuous spell that exists in lots of archetypes. Like literally, Dino Mist has that effect, but Dino Mist is so much more efficient with that idea of returning a card. Yes, you do need monsters, but like once per turn, summoning back one of your banished. Like if you're banishing a Gimmick Puppet, you probably didn't want it. You know? Like obviously, if you're playing this card, you can banish with its other effect to make all your guys level fixed, and that's like decent. To just make all your guys
I think
eights.
I personally think Condolence Puppet's a better card, because at least Condolence Puppet has the vanish effect.
I do kind of feel like you don't. I don't think people were excited to play Perform Puppet, so I don't know if it
No.
makes it into modern decks.
Oh, it definitely doesn't make it a modern deck, but I don't even think it made it.
They did also finally get a trap card. Their first trap card here is Puppet Parade. This was Puppet Funeral Puppet Parade in the OCG. They just cut the funeral part out.
Hey, look, it's the thumbnail.
Yeah, this is what I use for the thumbnail because it's called Puppet Parade. It works out pretty good. So,
Oh,
if your
Puppet
opponent controls
Parade.
more monsters than you do, special summon Gimmick Puppet monsters, different names for your deck, up to the difference. If your opponent's LP or 2,000 or more higher than yours, you can set a rank up magic directly from your deck. For the turn after this card resolves, you cannot special summon except Gimmick Puppets. You can only activate one per turn. This is, again, an okay card. I just think that the deck's design has gotten away from it a little. But as a, like, evening/comeback mechanic, it's okay.
I think it's good if you build with it in mind.
It's a card that definitely I
There-
think you should think around building because, like I said, if you're FTKing, what if your opponent makes you go second? You know?
Yeah, this definitely feels like those cards that are like a one of.
Actually, it's especially I think it's a one of because I believe one of their 2024 support cards lets you just set a puppet trap card from your deck or something, or search one. So
Something like that.
yeah, this is a decent card as a one of to search, and like I appreciate they tried to give you a rum searcher, and they made it only the normal version because the quick play ones were already causing problems.
Yeah, I think the normal part actually hurts it.
Well, yeah, no, it's because the quick play ones are really good.
Yeah. But
I also
unfortunately,
think
quick
that
ones are
Argent
also-
Chaos
I don't
Force
believe
may
there's
have been
any-
banned at this time.
There's also rank up Argent Chaos Force isn't a quick play, so
No, it's searchable. It's good. But I think even as a normal spell, that did see some time on
Yeah,
the
that
list, so
one
I'm not
you
exactly
play.
sure when it got off.
yeah.
This card, like I said, it's okay. It's got good elements, but also definitely is like situational because it relies on you, your opponent magically controlling more monsters than you, but them not using those monsters to blow up your one back row in Gimmick Puppet. A deck that was literally the first trap card they had.
It's not their best trap card, but it is a decent.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like, yeah. Is that it for 2019?
Yes, we're in the 2014. Sorry, 2024.
Twen-
Sorry, 10-year
2020
anniversary.
This is the good shit.
Yes, definitely. This is when they were like, this deck has OCG tops for sure. I think it might have TCG tops actually.
It has one TCG top, I believe.
Yeah, like this was this for a hot second made the deck
This was a real
competitively
deck.
viable.
Yeah.
And honestly, again, still has like enough of the shadow that this
deck
could
is
be something.
Still not.
This deck is still probably rogue good.
Yeah.
And God knows, certainly, you could try and set something up with like a weird, funny Orcus
It also
hybrid.
does some funny things against Malice.
Yeah. That's always important.
Which is hilarious.
This is Gimmick Puppet Cattle Scream, but also is written Katoru Screamu. So like Katoru is kind of like Quattro. But also
Yeah.
this is a brazen bull in puppet form. Also, by the way, the puppet
Yes.
designer's gotten really advanced. Look at what it's doing with like the arm ball joints like touching each other.
Like again, it's really inspired, but also like creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
Real
Well,
fucked
they're going straight up torture implements now.
So Cattle
And it's on
Scream
fire.
is a Dark Machine 8. First of all, it's got 2K. So like we finally realized that like we can give them something stats, and that's not a problem. 2K is not great on an 8, but like if your opponent like hits you with the Ash Blossom or the Droll and Lockbird or something, you might be able to like not die, maybe.
It's a punch.
But this card says detach material from an Xyz you control, special summon this card from your hand or graveyard, banish it when it leaves the field. Each effective once per turn.
This is one of the reasons Leo isn't like a complete joke. Now
That's true, because yeah, you can
you can tick up the clock with other cards.
yeah, you can detach.
So
Also, has a very funny effect. This card says a gimmick exceeds that as this is a material gains the following effect: once per turn, target a monster in your opponent's graveyard, special summon to your opponent's field defense position. AKA,
it could do some-
if your opponent activates hand
Burn
traps
again.
against you, you get to use those as material and put them on the board, which means you can start, giving them string counters and shit,
yeah.
or
Like I
steal
said,
them with Gigantes Doll, etc.
This is I only would call this the worst main deck card in this wave of support because of how good this wave of support is.
Yeah. No, there's really good cards in here. This is still really good as just a very good extender to your deck's plays.
This is a niche piece in the deck, but it's still like if I saw someone with this in their deck, I would not be like, "What are you doing?" Now I believe is Pleuge, or
Yep.
is it Fiendish?
Actually, no, it's Little Soldiers first. L.
Oh, right, the one that's just actually a stand, right?
Just some guys. Also, shout out to them for pulling this out, because this is the little guy. I do believe these... Technically, this card did show up before because it is the little guy from Giant Golem. But yeah, it's just an army of little super creepy dolls with, various implements.
I gotta say, has R.L. Stein seen this? Does he need
No,
to
okay.
contact Konami
No,
team?
it's not even similar.
It is very
This-
similar.
Not those puppets, because those are ventriloquist dummies.
These are ventriloquist dummies. The mouth, it has the moving mouth.
Yeah, you can see it. He's got the mouth trained.
That's-
No,
yeah,
these
give me-
these
you
are
just give me
ventriloquist
more-
dummies.
I know, just this one gives me more like Chinese cult vibes for.
No, these are ventriloquist dummies.
I know, but I'm saying like their aesthetic gives me more like Chinese cult.
I don't get Chinese vibes from this. I don't know where you're getting that.
The jumpsuits.
I mean, I get cult. They definitely get cults. Maybe Power Rangers cult.
They do have a lot of different...
So why does one of
Colors.
them have a sword?
Because it'll kill you. One of them is
It's
a
like an old
pickaxe.
it's an old saber you
It's
get.
funny, it's
You
like
get.
all the other ones are like have like some sort of tool, and then just one just.
I mean,
has
one
fucking
literally is a
officer's
man
saber.
catcher. One literally is holding a man catcher.
Yeah, and they've got scissors. The funny thing I think is the scale, because you look at the scissors and you're like, they're tiny, they're doll-sized. But then you look and one of them's just got like a handsaw
saber.
that's in proportion, or a saber, or the
I
pickaxe
think they're
guy.
human sized. I think they're human sized.
That
No,
means
that's-
those
I
are
don't
big
think that's a
fucking
pickaxe, I
scissors.
think that's a sickle.
It could be a sickle. It's very not curved for it though. Anyway,
And
Little
one has
Soldiers is
the
another great
tiniest
card.
Hammer.
This
one
is
at the back has the
a
tiniest
level
hammer.
4/0/0 Dark Machine. But if this card is normal or special, send a Gimmick Puppet for the different level from your deck to your graveyard. This card's level becomes that monster's. You can use this effect once per turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target 2 Gimmick Puppets you control, increase their levels by 4 until the end of this turn. This is another, doing everything.
This is or other normal summon, basically. This and Terror Baby.
But I like that Terror Baby is the only one that requires the normal. So if you have Terror Baby and Little Soldiers, if you can contrive a way to special it, you can still use Little Soldiers.
Yeah, you can do some stuff with Little Soldiers. Little Soldiers is one of the few 3 of for sure's cards now. I think most people run Terror Baby at like 2, but you run Little Soldiers at 3, along with no,
Sure,
not the
there are
next card,
novelty
'cause
scissors.
Wait, when does Fiendish Knight come? Is that this way? or the
Fiendish
next
Knight's
way?
very new. That was this year.
Okay. So then the next one is the other one you run at 3, which is the Rouge doll.
Yeah, we've got our third doll.
The only doll you run pretty much now.
Yeah, like we said, I'm pretty sure you can run the other dolls as like one-ofs for
You
names,
can,
but
this is power creep though.
she does keep, I think, the effect that the other ones that are in like her style though do, which is, sorry, here it's a little big. Let me shrink her down a little. She's doing a very distinct thing where she is kind of like Victorian bisque doll, but also look at how articulated those hands are, and also she's fucking stepping out of the Ghost Trick mirror, man.
She's also just like a Jack the Ripper type. Like she looks like she's actually like a well, maybe not Jack the Ripper, but like a Bloody Mary. Like
Yeah, I'm about to say her original name in Japanese was literally Bloody Doll, so I think she's supposed to be Bloody Mary.
oh, you know, that's definitely Bloody Mary.
Yeah, this is like you say her name 3 times, she's gonna jump out the mirror and grab your ass.
Because Japan really loves that myth.
I mean, you know, it's
fun fact. No one knows where that myth started.
yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard a good solid origin,
Like
but that's
5 different American towns have claimed they were the origin place of Bloody Mary.
but like saying like I admit that I feel like it's fallen out of vogue a little, but even when I was a kid, you know, I remember people told to like, oh yeah, you know, you look in the mirror and say Bloody Mary 3 times. Like it's a very persistent
This might
urban
show
myth.
from this might be demographic thing for me, or just where I am in the world. For me, it was always Candyman. It was always Candyman. It does help that Candyman is a fucking awesome film.
one was pretty
but
good. Yeah, like
no,
this
it's
one is
very
like, this one also then feels inspired because it also feels like this is a way larger of a puppet because like considering just how many joints are on her fingers, it's like this feels more like at least like the size of like a child or like bigger.
Well, this is also like the first one where it feels like the puppets are the ones doing the magic,
And not just like the puppets.
Yeah,
are being
not
not
used
just
as
like an
implements.
omnipresent demon force.
Yeah, because I will say the last like two, because like the Small Soldiers 2 feel like these are inherently evil, like possessed puppets.
Well,
Well,
to
and
me,
that's the funny thing
most
about the
of
little
them-
soldiers, right? They were operating the grinder golem, so
Most
Or
of
giant
the
golem.
gimmick puppet arts to me feel evil. Like, maybe it's just because I watch more horror movies than you do, but Bisque Doll is evil as shit.
no, they all have like horror movie
they're
type
evil,
framing.
but like
A porcelain doll with a crack on his face looking at you? Nah. That shit's cursed. Run.
yeah,
But
like they all have, like, I
definitely,
mean, yeah.
like Axe was saying, and like you were saying, the modern wave feels more proactively evil. Like
Instead of
Rouge
being-
Doll
instead
is,
of, like,
is like
implements.
stepping out of a mirror. She's doing something. Little soldiers are like marching at you with killing implements. Even
You'd
Cattle
think
Scream
that-
is like on fire. Like it's
you'd
out
think
there.
Bloody Mary, Mary of England, is a completely different and unrelated nickname of Bloody Mary.
Yeah, she was called Bloody Mary for historical reasons. It just so happened
Yeah,
that
fun
like
fact, the cocktail is named after Mary of England and not the American made children's
I
thing.
just wanted to finish saying this earlier. Of like, I think all the puppets up into like a certain wave felt like they were being used as implements for like an evil thing. Like they were made by like some evil workshop, like some darkly inspired dude in a workshop. These now just see like actually for cursed fucking dolls. If that makes any sense.
Sorry, just my headphone for a second. Anyway, Rouge Doll, level 4, Dark Machine. She has the back to the shit stats. She's 400 attack, 1400 defense, but this doesn't matter because if this card's in your hand, you can reveal a Gimmick Puppet Exceeds monster from your extra deck. Special summon both this card and a Gimmick Puppet with the same level as reveal monster's rank from your deck. Fuck you, I'm making an Exceeds. If this card is sent to the graveyard, except from the hand, you can add it to your hand. You can each effect once per turn. Also, can't special summon from the extra deck to turn you activate either of these effects except Gimmick Puppets. So it is a hard extra deck lock, but this is just, again, instant Exceeds. And also, does, I think, the getting you resources back much better than, not Parade, I literally can't remember the name. They're all the Perform Puppet. Sorry, the spell trap names are really bad because they're all, like, normal words plus puppet.
No, we'll get to some of the good ones in this one. I love some of the names here.
Yeah, the newer names are more memorable, but like I said, Perform Puppet has like an interesting resource loop, like some of the other ones banish. But this is just like, oh, if this card's sent to the graveyard except for the hand. Hey, that means if it's sent on the field, if it's linked off, or if it's Ixie material and leaves the field, that is leave the field, or is sent to the graveyard, sorry, not leave the field. So like, if your opponent blows it up, that's sent to graveyard. Basically, so long as you don't discard it, it automatically special summons or adds itself back so you can do it again. Really good energy stuff. Now it's time for they needed some new monsters in the extra. So the first one of those is Fantastic Machinics.
Yeah, this is just Quattro.
Yeah, literally, it's just Quattro. This one was Fantastics Machina in Japanese. I think they did a good job. They made the gender and tense, the declension of the Latin match. Fantastics Machinics.
Quattro has finally become his art.
Yeah, no, this
Basically.
is just Quattro as a Gundam.
Which
This is
obviously, it
just a
being an
Gundam.
Exceeds monster does
I'm sorry,
work like
this
that.
is just a Gundam.
Okay,
No,
okay,
no,
wait,
this-
wait,
this
wait,
is
wait,
just a
It's a
Gundam?
Gunpla. It's a Gunpla.
I mean, true, but this is a Gundam design that would have been in G
G
Gundam.
Gundam?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, this
G Gundam or like late wing.
I don't know. There's not enough
No,
missiles
there's
and
not-
guns.
And
for-
the Swallow
for
wing.
wing.
And the Swallow
There's not
wing.
enough
Maybe.
pointy random bits to be wing.
I mean, look at
Which
the
is interesting
look at
because he
the
does
stuff.
have a lot of pointy extra.
Oh,
He's got cogwheels
No,
in his thighs.
Axe, We'll see the Gundam Wing Gundam soon. Trust me.
Oh, okay.
This
Is the
does have a
Gundam
chaos
Gundam
form.
version.
But yeah,
this does have a
this be
chaos
a cool
form.
fight. This be a cool fight in a G Gundam fight.
This is the
'cause,
G
like,
Gundam, probably from Spain because that's a red cape.
Yeah, it's got a very theatrical
or
total cape.
it could have been It could have been like actually a different part of. It could have been like Austria or like a different part of Germany that wasn't just the one dude.
So Fanta 6 is
No, it's not
a
nearly
rank 8.
stereotypical enough to be Germany.
It's a rank 8. It's got 1500 attack and 3100 defense. Very big for a rank 8. It's perfectly generic, just 2 8s. You can attach one material from this card, add a rank up magic from your deck to your hand, and also you can normal summon a machine monster from your main phase this turn, in addition to your normal summon. So yeah, this just this is the card that does everything. Like, just detach one, add a rank up, and also you get an extra normal, so you can extend more. But also, if you special summon a Gimmick Puppet Xyz monster, except during the damage, you can special summon this card from your graveyard to either field and defense position, then add a rank up magic from your spell to your graveyard. You can only use each effect once per turn. So, like, this card does everything as your, like, core loop. You make it to just add a rank up and also get an extra normal so you can make another guy. If it's in your graveyard, you can summon it to either field, including your opponent's field, which means it is a Xyz monster that you can tribute to summon that guy, you can pop to summon another guy, or pop to get your activation effects. It does have low attack, so you're not doing a lot of damage that way, but, like, it does so much, and it keeps getting you rank up magics, which is also important. Because, like I said, this has a Chaos Xyz.
Yup.
Unfortunately, not very creatively named. It is just, hold on, let me make sure this finishes loading. Shit. No, shut up. Sorry, bad right click. I don't want to print this image of Chaos Xyz Gimmick Puppet Fantastic Machina X. But it is just that. It's the Chaos Xyz, and yeah, this is the one that's even more over the top. It has bigger shoulder pauldrons. It's got the dolls are now its knees, so it's got arms for knees.
Okay, so this is when the Dark Gundam resurrects the previous thing.
Yeah, basically. He's
Dark
got
Gundam
real
zombie
fucked up
version.
pull hooks, which go
Oh my
into
God,
the
you can
chest grinder from our boy Giant Grinder.
Also, you can see the actual like puppet parts that make it's nice that you're made her, because you can actually now make out that, like, oh, the arms and legs are actually puppets. They're just like have layers on top of them.
This is the Gundam Wing S version.
I know that you're wrong, because it's the same. Your understanding of Gundam would seems very fake.
I will. All right.
Okay, yes, Depth Scythe exists, but that's the outlier.
So does Epsilon. So do all of their second forms, which just have a bunch of random shit.
I mean, I will say Gundam Wing, some of the Gundams in Gundam Wing literally have wings.
Yeah, they have
like what? There are no simple designs in Gundam Wing for the main cast.
Okay.
Maybe what's Barrage, the gun Gundam.
I never talking about
Heavy
yeah,
arms.
like heavy arms yet. They just add
That's
more
right.
guns to it.
Yeah, that's maybe the simple one.
Okay, Zenzeki Fight is like, okay, no, this thing actually has a twin GN drive, which is actually funny to me.
That is true. It is more modern Gundam because it does have the shiny bits on it.
But like,
It's got
I
the
like
glowing
that
lines.
Okay, did the original form have the where it was obviously like the arms and like the legs and arms were made out of other puppets?
No.
I would. Yeah, no.
Okay, so the Chaos one were like some of the
like
paneling.
G Gundam.
Okay, so some of the paneling just comes off and it reveals that like all the limbs are made of puppets, which is like that's a cool thing of being like overdrive mode, chaos modo.
Yeah. And it's got, of course, the Chaos Energy.
I know Gundam.
I like this a lot because it's like it's ostentatious but like in a great way.
Yeah,
But
no,
yeah.
I'm not saying the design is bad. I just Gundam Wing is the Gundam I most associate with the design getting a bit fancy.
Okay, but sorry, I only think about the tall geese or like the wing Gundam.
Well, even Wing Zero is a fancy ass Gundam.
Also, I do want to say, Axe, you named 2 Gundams. I haven't watched a lot of Gundam, but I know every Gundam series has, like, at least 12 models.
Well, that's actually not true.
Er-
Some of the original series have very limited models.
Actually, that's
but-
true. The original Mobile Suit
Gundam
Gundam
Wing-
is there's maybe, like...
ironically, Gundam...
5.
Wait, did Gundam Wing or G
That's a-
Gundam come out
Well,
first?
there's
I
very
can
few
never- that's
Gundams.
still
There
valid.
are a lot of mech models, but they're not that
There's
many.
a lot
There's
of-
the
Counting
Goof,
Zaku's all the Zaku typings, but yeah.
there's
Yeah, there's
Zaku,
only
there's
like
Goof,
3
there's the
Gundams
water
in the
guys.
original Gundam.
But that one is offset by they added goofy shit like the gun tank. But,
Yeah.
but
Or
most
the
mecha
Big
series
Saiyan.
have multiple mecha models in them that are out there.
Okay, so it is...
Because
it
Bandai
is,
has a literal money printing merchandise
it is,
department.
It is G Gundam that started the "we have many Gundams" trend. Because I did just look it up. G is before Wing by 1 year.
Yeah, I think I knew that.
I mean, fair, they were around the same time, yeah.
Yeah, no, I knew they were around the same time. I just couldn't remember. But like, yeah, no, Ultron is like all weird. Sandrock is all has all the bit like the 12-foot long ponytail.
So our boy Chaos here follows some interesting design notes. This is another rank 9, so it's ranked up. It is technically generic. You could make this with 3 9s if you needed. For its stats, they just flipped it. They made it 31-15 instead of 15-31. If this card's special summoned, add a puppet track from your deck to your hand. So this is the thing we talked about. It's a searcher for puppet traps. You can detach a material, special summon a monster from either graveyard to your opponent's field and defense position. This is another reason why I think the OCG just straight up banned Nightmare, because this is only on your turn, but is still a effect of just like you can force your opponent to floodgate themselves. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you target one of them, destroy it, deflict damage equal to half its original attack. You can only use each effect once per turn.
I really
Seems
wish.
solid.
I really wish Gimmick Puppet had a kind of different game plan, because like I love the art so much. But the
It
game
really
plan
wants you to
is
play
just
Parade.
anathema.
It really wants you to play Parade.
Like, I'm
Well,
fine
yeah.
with doing like
And that's
the
okay.
FTK
Parade's
burn.
fine.
I'm fine with the FTK burn stuff. It's just all the like floodgate.
I guess, like,
The
what other...
summoning to your opponent. I don't know if that's something that was implied or done in the anime. Okay.
It was.
Because what I would do is what other decks that do this kind of stuff do is they summon tokens to your opponent's side of the field. Because like that itself can be a stopper. Like genuinely, the fact that like Nibiru gives you a token is like obviously part of the balancer, but also like that means that you can't summon all those monsters. Like you can't re-extend under Nibiru tokens a lot.
Like, honestly, looking at it, it's like, I feel like half of Gimmick Puppets are meant to be like shit that you just couldn't fucking use that they filled your board with. But those were Link monsters where you actually couldn't do anything with them if you had a bunch of like trashy level 8s are on your board, you know?
I have trouble remembering Seed because Seed Destiny hurt me.
Most people don't want to remember that existed.
Most people don't
But
want to
anyway.
remember Destiny. It's true. Regular Seed is okay, but
Regular
Destiny has
Seed
like
is-
hurt everybody's brain.
Regular Seed is okay if you're fine with melodrama in the similar vein to Code Geass.
Omega, they're inviting us to the Resident Evil Puppet Castle.
Their literal mansion of dread dolls. Unfortunately, the dolls they've chosen are
Egghead, Humpty Dumpty, and Drew Doll.
yeah, Dreary's okay. You know, she's not bloody in this
Dreary
one,
I
obviously.
find
But I don't.
very
You
creepy.
show me Humpty Dumpty and Egghead, and I'm just like, I'm an American. Cock shotgun.
I will say,
I'm
Humpty
not-
Dumpty is just Humpty Dumpty is just like kind of like I say this jokingly. I think it's just like not aura, but dread farming in the background.
He is fucking T-posing menacingly.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Omega. If I saw anything like Humpty Dumpty or Egghead, I would just run.
That's a reasonable response.
But so this is the one that like there have been a couple of field spells like this, but this is the stage where we started to get really unhinged. We
This is-
super
okay.
cracked this shit.
This is what I like to call the patch notes card.
This is such a dumb field spell.
So
Is it wrong-
this is
is it wrong
the
that
this is
okay. Is it
they
is
do
it-
do
is
it a
it
lot
wrong to
because
call-
the field spell slot is free. Yes, they do that a lot.
Is it wrong to call a card a patch notes card?
No,
I mean, this isn't really a patch notes card. This is just like
this is a patch update card.
this is the like unlocking the we're overclocking your deck now. Hey, you know that thing we say where we always release field spells that do everything? What if they could do anything? When you activate this card, add a Gimmick Puppet monster from your deck to your hand. Gimmick monsters you control can't be destroyed by battle and are unaffected by the activated effects of your opponent's monsters except Xyz monsters. All your Gimmick Puppets are towers now. Well,
honestly,
activated effect, but still.
Honestly, I think that's fair. Being like, I'm okay with being like, listen, fight me on my own terms or fuck you.
Here's the problem, X. Hand traps are activated effects.
Yeah, here's the other problem is I just hate that Yu-Gi-Oh does interaction like this. Like, I really wish Yu-Gi-Oh had been more open to putting interaction into the gameplay in like their middle points, because I feel like they could have integrated it better.
It's hard to pace that considering it's like there's still only 2 turns.
Putting interaction in now feels like you either get 0 or 100.
It's not true. This is a case of like that. What they're obviously doing is they're making it so your deck is, not worrying about hand traps, obviously, because you're unaffected. But also, it does a lot of other protection effects. Basically, this does the same thing that Tenpai's field spell Sangan Summoning does. Sangan Summoning is arguably slightly more fair because Sangan Summoning just says that your Tenpais are unaffected by your opponent's card effects during the main phase only. So, like,
this is arguably the reason why Nightmare had to get banned.
Well, no, I think Nightmare technically got banned even before. It was before this stuff came out, but was while this stuff was known to be coming out. Because the thing about Nightmare is it wasn't even used in Gimmick Puppet decks. It was being used in branded decks because branded are the scum of the earth. I don't know. Some people are saying that, like, branded. You would. Some people are saying that, like,
so many funny things.
So I've heard some people say that, like, why do we still hate branded players? Get over it. And I'm like, well, guess what? They haven't stopped playing branded for 4 years, so no. Until they stop playing branded, I will not stop complaining about branded. You have to stop playing it before I stop complaining.
Branded to me is the most Magic the Gathering Yu-Gi-Oh deck, in the sense that I feel like every 2 months or so, a branded player gets a wild hair up their ass and goes, "Dude, I figured out how to break the deck."
It is interesting, but like
what is even in that 12-hour like branded combo video? Like what's even in that video? I've never know.
If it was the same deck over and over again, I would hate branded players.
Well, it's true because you can kit bash a lot of stuff. It's just like I said, there's a lot of stuff in branded that's just really fucking annoying, and it's all the stuff that is now legal because the deck doesn't do anything because it dies. You can't. The branded fusion is a card that is really cool, but also sucks up all your opponent's interaction. Like Masquerade locks are really annoying. Sanctifier letting you summon cards to your opponent's field is like super annoying.
Like,
Mirror Jade's turbo annoying.
The fact that branded Bestial Ubel Springan is a deck is just hilarious to me.
But, sorry, Dreadful Dolls doesn't stop there, though. Once per turn, you can attach material from Xyz you control, then target a Gimmick Puppet in your graveyard, special summon it to your opponent's field in defense position. That's also not a quick effect, but does set up some stuff for blocking out your opponent with Nightmare.
Again, it's the thing of, like, I think the initial method of why the stats always suck was, like, that parts of Gimmick Puppet were meant to be, like, literal chaff that your opponent could never fucking use for anything.
Well, no, I don't think they're actually meant that way. I think they're small because what Konami wanted to avoid and what I think the writers were avoiding was they didn't want it to be an OTK deck like Gept, which kind of like starts as a big 3K beater deck and then turns into an Xyz deck that also beats. The idea was that they wanted to make it so you had to play their weird gimmicks, the Gimmick Puppets. You had to summon their Xyz monsters to win the game and couldn't just summon like 4 level 8 guys and punch. That is the funny thing about modern variants of like using like Horus engine tech stuff. Those Horus level 8 guys, not only are they a shitload of free advantage, they're also huge. Like they're all like 2K plus attack.
Yeah, like they can still kill you, right? Yeah.
Like you look at Gimmick Puppet in the show, and it's kind of this really interesting moment because it feels like it's the first person you're supposed to really take seriously.
Besides Kaito.
I guess other than
The DLC.
I can't take Kite seriously because he's a fucking dork.
Okay, fair, but like I will say this: like early on the show,
Look,
Yuma legitimately is
children will take
traumatized.
Kite.
I was this. Yuma was legitimately traumatized by fighting him. Is the thing.
That's true, but children will.
So
take
like Yuma's
Kite
afraid of
seriously.
him, and like all his friends
That's
are
true.
afraid of fighting him because he kept pulling numbers monsters that just had effects he made up out on the spot.
But I'll point out the duel he had before you saw the duel with Kite was, or not Kite, Quattro, was he fought a dude who really liked tomatoes.
Fair. Oh, that were like. Is that where the
Zexal starts
tomatoes-
really. Zexal starts really weird and low scale because I feel like they were trying to like recenter their audience, but then
it has a
quickly
lot of, like-
gets escalating.
I was it. About episode 20 something is when all the kids are being attacked by a robot that's trying to drill them to death.
Also, do love that the main character's a fucking loser.
He is an idiot. Yes,
I
Yuma
will
is an idiot.
always appreciate that. Well, no, he's a bad duelist.
He's
The
very
first
bad.
20 episodes of Zexal are literally the rest of the cast teaching him how to be a good duelist. They're like,
Oh,
"Man,
kind
you
of,
suck."
yeah.
But now you're
This,
the stupid chosen one, so we have to help you.
Here's a very interesting card, by the way. This is Puppet Shark. This did not come out in the same wave of
I
2024
love
support.
this
It was
card.
2024. It was released in Rage of the Abyss.
I will say the
It's
art
a
of this
puppet
looks
trap
fucking great.
that is also a shark card.
Yeah.
Obviously, this did not literally happen in the anime because it shows Machinex, but it has Shark Drake
Well,
on it, so it
also,
kind of
this
mirrors.
no, it's
this
it's
art
the
is
reverse
fucking-
of what happened.
This
in-
art is sick. This art is sick.
So, spoiler: the person that kills. Yes, no. Yuma has unabashedly the most character development of any Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist.
Yeah, like he changes a lot every time. Also, every time he fuses with why am I blanking his name?
Astral.
Yeah, every time he fuses with Astro, he like grows a bit more. Because
Honestly,
he
this is
literally
making me-
overlays with his buddy.
This is
He hit
making me.
multiple times.
I don't know a lot about Vrains, but this is making me wonder if that's the thing that Vrains was missing. Because, like, I know there are the AIs and stuff going
There's
on,
AI
but I do kind of
companions,
feel
like,
like
yeah.
it's not the same as the usual relationship. And, like, obviously, 5Ds is generally well thought of, but that is also something it misses. Is that
It
like,
has.
but like
I mean, 5D is flawed as hell, but yeah.
heroes with the like. That's a quintessential Yu-Gi-Oh thing that the hero has like a dark side to them, whether that's external or internal, and like those
Astro's
are
actually
usually
it's
the
actually a good
hypest
side.
moments, like the Supreme King shit in GX, and then that scene from Arc 5 when like the versus the couple of like girl dimension clones with the fusion parasite where he just loses his shit and he's just like, there won't be another turn. That's metal as hell. Like, just going beast mode. Like, that's cool. We need more of that shit.
Honestly, what I think for Vrains is like its pacing felt like its third act. Like
I
just
think
rushed
Vrains
everything
also
apart.
suffered the critical problem where they ran out of money.
I really
Yeah.
love Reigns personally. But
I just feel like the
I've
third
heard
season
good
just kind of
things,
like
but
wraps
I've
everything
also
way
heard
too
that like
quickly.
it does have some flaws. I do also
Oh, no,
believe that the
all
girl who
Yu-Gi-Oh
plays
series.
Way too
Trickstar
fast-paced.
gets jobbed out of playing Trickstar,
She had,
and I hate that.
She,
I'm
had-
sad. I
she has
like
character
Trickstar.
growth, but she also like jobs out
Look, everyone.
way
in
too fast
Zexal-
compared to everyone
She
else.
straight up switches deck. Also,
Yeah, she's also the Marincess player.
and unfortunately, while Marincess is probably a better deck than Trickstar, I think it's a much more boring deck because it's a much more generic link climbing deck.
Yeah. Like, I really like Brains because I think it has probably the most interesting villain a Yu-Gi-Oh series has ever had.
I can believe that. I can believe that from what I know.
I know
about
it jumps
Vrains.
around a few times, but yeah.
Because, like, I mean, sorry, most Yu-Gi-Oh villains, including the one in Zexal, are just, I am the big bad evil man of...
Literally, like basically Demon King ass fuckers. Yeah.
It's very generic, yes. Also, this does reference a case where in the anime, Quattro gets Shark to look at some cards, so he gets DQ'd.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is
so-
another thing Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal weirdly cares about the rules a lot.
Yeah, because it's actually
It's
a tournament. For
very
the first,
weird.
the first half, it's actually like a big Battle City
But you
tournament.
still
for the first
take
half
the
of series.
damage.
Like, people get DQ'd, like Omega mentioned. There's another couple of people that, like, are thrown out of the tournament for cheating.
I mean,
It's
I
really
think that
weird.
Vrains also cares about the rules a little, but they have the problem that they care about the link rules, so...
Yeah, they care about Master Rule 4.
which unfortunately is not popular. And also, we still don't have judgment arrows in real life. Anyway, Puppet Shark is a trap that says... Sorry, let me read out the effect real fast. I don't want to be here forever. Detach material from a monster on either field. If you do, excavate the top 4 cards of your deck, choose one, and then apply the appropriate effect based on its type. Place the rest in the same order. If it's a monster or a spell trap, you can add it to your hand. If the trap set it, you can activate it this turn. You can only activate 1 Puppet Shark per turn. This is searchable in Gimmick Puppet.
Yeah, I play this because it makes me laugh.
You could never play Puppet and Shark cards in the same deck.
It's not an awful card, but I force this in Gimmick Puppet because it makes me laugh.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be like me. But no, I will also say Vrains has a top-tier dub. Genuinely one of the funniest fucking dubs ever. How can I love her if she doesn't even know how to make a sandwich? Or no, not that. It's if she doesn't even know what a sandwich is. Look, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dubs are just, like... I don't know how this keeps happening, because I feel like it happened with every series that wasn't exactly Zexal. And even that has some dub issues. But I feel like they just threw them to the dub teams that were on break and just fucking around.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that, like, what happened was that 4Kids filed for, like, Chapter 11 after being the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dub house for so while, and then I'm pretty sure that somebody at Konami, like, picked them up. Like, I think some of their rights got bought back, and so, like, they just became the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dub house, so, like, they have fun with it.
Not
I obviously they're
I
who I think
the
not Go
dub.
Rush, but the first Rush series. I think that did have a dub, but that was like super delayed by COVID. Was that through like a Disney company? I don't remember. I know that like they had a lot of trouble dubbing Rush, and I do believe Go Rush does not have an official Western release at all, which is wild in this day and age.
Yes. No. Yes. A hot dog is not a sandwich. It's a taco.
This is their other good trap card, Service Puppet Play. Target monsters your opponent controls if the number of Gimmick Puppet exceeds you control. Take control until the end phase. This card's in your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, and you control Gimmick Puppet exceeds. Banish it. Target exceeds in either graveyard. Special summon it to either field. Each effect once per turn.
I just love these reaction face ass motherfuckers in here.
No,
like, these
this
fucking,
card
like,
is-
toy
Yeah, this
jack
is Tin
fuckers.
Archduke and Antidote Nurse, which, by the way, Antidote Nurse wasn't
Yeah.
out yet. It was an anime-only card when they printed this card, and then they released her later.
These are the two main characters, like sidekicks, boss monsters.
Yes, I do believe that, like, doesn't when Quattro show up just fucking demolish those guys?
I don't know if he demolishes the lady who plays, because I think Trey demolishes one of them, but Quattro demolishes the other one.
Okay.
I believe. I could be wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Quattro does shit all over the dude who plays Tin Archduke.
Which, I mean, fair. He's playing Tin Archduke.
And Omega, you should know, he is the originator of a multi-tournament winning Yu-Gi-Oh card. Because he does play Tin Archduke, but he also plays Tin Goldfish.
I mean, it's true. He has one good monster, but you don't summon Tin Archduke off Tin Goldfish. You summon any other fucking 4 you like.
Yeah, that's the problem.
No, the goldfish is cracked. But now
Tin
you're
Archduke is maybe one.
Service Puppet plays pretty good. Like that's a pretty good card to get with your trap searching.
That's the trap card I genuinely run.
Like, cause it's a really good trap card to actually like you build your whole board of Gimmick Puppet Exceeds, and then you set Service Puppet Play, and you're like, okay, buddy, you put 2 monsters on the field, I'm stealing them. You're not gonna have those monsters.
I'm coming for the monsters.
It's not gonna work. I'm gonna take them, and then they're gonna stay there until the end phase, which is like a really nasty way to do. Speaking about interesting and unique forms of interaction in Yu-Gi-Oh, especially which will again be popular with Hekatonkir, stealing your opponent's monsters, very funny.
I love theft, and I wish there was more theft in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Well, Dallas, you will be glad to know that there is a whole-ass illusion archetype, which is Hekatonkir, which is full of weird zombie angel giants. who are all illusion monsters. They revealed that for the next deck build pack, and that's their thing, is taking your opponent's shit.
Oh, yeah.
Take your
I
opponent's
love
monsters,
stealing,
set your opponent's spell traps.
Especially when it gets your opponent angry. That's the best.
Also, using your opponent's monsters as free material, fucking zombie vampire style. We have one last card to go, though. Had one last bit of extra support for this. This released in Maze of the Master this year. This was an Animation Chronicle set. This is Fiendish Knight, Killer Knight in the original Japanese.
Fiendish Knight.
So this is Fiendish Knight's a 4 Dark Machine with 1800 attack, 500 defense. This card's in your hand. Turn a Gimmick Puppet monster in your graveyard, and one monster in your opponent's graveyard. Special summon it to its owner's field and defense position, but its effect negated. Special summon the card. This card's sent to the graveyard, except from the hand. Add it to your hand. As each effect once per turn, you can't special summon for the extra deck except Gimmick Puppets. So this has the return effect for your 4s that Rouge Doll does, and also is just crazy extension. Like, just in your hand, summon an extra guy. You got a Gimmick Puppet in your graveyard, summon your opponent, summon a hand trap, summon this guy.
Yep, no, this card's pretty cracked.
And just gives them more extenders, and because you have multiple ways to level fix, and also you have a good Link 2. Like, your Link 2 is not terrible. Perfect way to unfuck your hands and extend a lot. Just, like, do some plays. Okay, I can extend now. Fiendish Knight. Bring a guy back.
Yeah.
Get more of my guys.
Like, he's obviously not quite as cracked as some of their other recent support, like, main deck stuff. But he's
No, but this
definitely
is
a
yet another
consider-
good 4, and it's like, it's one of those things of, like, Gimmick Puppets now have enough names that you can cut most of the, if not all of the outright bad cards.
Yeah.
And play mostly good functional cards. I think that, unfortunately, between, like, Machinex and stuff, they still rely a little bit too strongly on the FTK burn gimmick to, like, give your opponent a really big guy to blow up, or blow up multiple guys.
100%.
Or, like, try and arrange some kind of very funny strategy where you make Disaster Leo and, like, detach extra materials. Which obviously, like, another thing we should point out is, hey, if you have Disaster Leo and then you play the field spell, your opponent can't out Disaster Leo with monster effects or spell effects. They have to, like, run him over or make an Xyz monster. I think, honestly, the thing that probably really hurt this deck is that one of the decks that's really good, even with Fiendish Knight coming out, is Ryziel, which is an Xyz deck. So the fact that your field spell is just like, nuh-uh, your opponent's like, cool. Duo Drive?
Yeah.
Your board is gone?
I think the other thing that really hurts the Gimmick Puppet is, like, it's very narrow in terms of win condition, and if
Yeah.
the win condition is... I was talking about Branded earlier, where I feel like Branded is, like, the exact opposite, in that you can build that to have many win conditions of varying degrees of types of usefulness and bullshit, but with Gimmick Puppet is you are very locked into the Gimmick
Yeah,
Puppet
here's the
thing.
thing I want to say. You might run 2 of a couple of them for loops, but because you have several hard locks to Gimmick Puppets from the extra deck, you only have, let me count them, that's 6, that's 2 more, so that's 8, next, and that. So you have 10 names in your extra deck that are unique, so you can play a couple generics in case you don't lock yourself, and probably do, but for a deck that locks itself, unlike, say, something like Galaxy Eyes, where there are definitely more than 15 unique Galaxy Eyes extra deck monsters, plus you can play some generic 8s. This is like, okay, I guess I play the generic 8s just in case I don't lock myself, and then we go home? Like, because I'm going to be honest.
No, generally Gimmick Puppet decks just play the Gimmick Puppet suite, and maybe, like, 1 or 2 others, because, like, you maybe play Typhon, like
Yeah,
Sky
true.
Crisis.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. Like I said, Dallas, you have 5 slots left in this deck. If you play one of every extra deck monster that's named, you have 5 slots.
You play two of some. Like, you play 2. Obviously, you can't play 2 strings anymore, but you did play 2 strings.
Yeah.
You played 2 Machinex, generally.
And that's the kind of thing, right? Where, like, they're trying, but I think you're right that the deck is a little too reliant on its cute win cons. It would probably be better if they got like another like 1-2 punch of extra deck monsters that were a little less burn FTK and a little more functional. Like just give them another like rank, give them another rank 4 that steals, but it's like a quick effect, like detach 2, steal 1.
I'd want them to be want there to be a negate in an archetype, but this archetype feels like it could use something to slow
I mean,
down
honestly, there are some decks that are just made or broken by their negates or lack of. Like that's the one reason why Hero still doesn't top is they do not have any negates. They have no way to stop your opponent from doing something you don't like, which is not good because they are a deck that is super vulnerable to hand traps and especially to Nib. You have to summon a shitload of Hero.
Gets away with that a little bit in that it is not nearly as vulnerable to certain things.
Yeah, you've got punishes for hand traps, and I think you can play.
You can run hand traps.
Yeah. I think Gimmick Puppet has good, like depending on what you're doing, has good lines against some of the Molcharmies. Like you can play very minimally into Fuelos. You can go to the extra like maybe once or twice and have it still matter. You don't have to summon from your deck at all. If your opponent sideboards into the Molcharmy, or they're just playing a deck that plays so few cards, you can play the one that's Graveyard or Banish summons. You're cooked.
It is a Shifter Scoop deck. Like if they play Shifter, you do Scoop.
True, it's true. Yes, that's another one that's just you die. I think this deck can play under 5 summons for sure.
Oh, 100%.
So if you can sniff that your opponent has Nib, you can like play around that. But it's definitely like
correctly, Nib isn't like, it's not like other decks where Nib is an instant turn ender.
True.
Like you can play out from if
because
badly.
That's the thing, right?
Badly, you can
I mentioned before, like talking about how the Nib token can be a floodgate. There's like one Gimmick Puppet ever that said, "Oh, if you control another gimmick, no other monsters but Gimmick Puppets, you can special summon this card from your hand." There's like one that does that. So this deck, most of their effects are graveyard based.
Unlike Hero and some other decks, this deck is like entirely locked through the extra deck. Like there is no battlefield locks and stuff. So I like the deck. I love the art.
The art's
I wish
very
the
cool.
deck was a little more.
I think the deck needs a little more sauce to be competitive again. It had a hot minute where it was good, but a lot better decks have just come out.
It can be competitive. I think the problem for me, at least, is just I don't want to play it.
Yeah, it's true. I think they need to diversify their game plan a little. There's still a deck that's very laser focused in on the FTK, and if that flubs, you do have comeback, but it's not optimal. So,
especially because Yu-Gi-Oh has decided, I think, or Konami has decided they do not want to incentivize FTKs.
No, and I think that's correct. I think that like there have been decks that play on turn 1, like what we call turn 0 decks. Like K9's one of those. That's really interesting. I like that about decks that like. That was the cool thing about shit like Rescue Ace and Tear Lament. The idea that like even if you're going second, you can start building your board on your opponent's turn before they've fully built their board, so they can't necessarily stop you. That's really interesting. I wish more decks would do shit like that rather than relying on generic turn ender hand traps, because that also feels like really annoying. I've said this before. I feel like very mixed on hand traps because I obviously understand they're important, but also I'm so fucking tired of just, and yes, this is a Master Duel story, but still, it applies to deck building in the TCG. I'm so fucking tired of
100%.
I go first. Oh, I've opened, 2 of my 3 Molcharmies and 2 Ash Blossoms. Cool. This hand doesn't fucking do anything.
I think the biggest reason I haven't gone back to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And the biggest problem with it is the fact that how much hand traps impede deck building enjoyment is frankly ridiculous.
And I do think people don't push back enough on that. Everybody says, oh, well, this deck is good because you can run your mandated 15 hand traps. We should all be like, we should be more upset about that. We should be mad that you have to play. You can.
This is why I brought
play
up the
20
or
15 engine shit.
This is why I bring up the competitive brain thing a little bit, because people are like, no, but that's good. The less cards you have, the more less randomness it is. It's like, I don't want that kind of mindset to rule all of Yu-Gi-Oh's formats. Where it's like, no,
and I do think there are some people who still give you pushback if you're upset about being ashed, and I think no, you can be upset about being ashed or drolled in a casual format because like a lot of decks don't need that shit. Like I believe it is important to have interaction options if you're not the turn player, because like there is just a thing of like so many decks are designed because interaction is very old. Effect Veiler is an old card. DD Crow is an old card. Like, the concept that you will be able to do some things to your opponent on your turn are not alien. But the fact that, like, so many formats are just like, oh, well, here's your deck list. Every deck I build in Master Duel has a tax of at least 10 cards, if not more. You got to play 2 Maxi, you got to play 3 Fuelos, you got to play 2 Called By, 1 Crossout.
Yeah, no.
No, you gotta play 3 Ash. Yeah.
The reason I like DDD as a deck.
That's like 11.
The reason I like playing DDD as a deck so much is because it doesn't play that many hand traps because it can't. Like, it runs 2 Called By, 3 Ash, 2 Maxi. That's it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like the. And obviously, I think there are some decks that have, like Mimighoul slots very well into that package of just, like, running all those hand traps because, quite frankly, Mimighoul doesn't have 40 good cards in their archetype. Most of them are good, but you don't need to run 3 of every card in that deck.
Yeah, it's the reason I get more enjoyment out of Magic is because if you look at the top decks, yes, the meta can be similarly, like, tier 1-y, tier high tier.
Also a very old card. Thank you, Zed.
But decks don't generally have a lot of overlap. Like, some will. Like, obviously, when certain cards are busted, they will be in multiple top decks.
And I think that, like, honestly, I think some of that has to do with the way coloring in Magic works. It incentivizes you to kind of find your own little lane with, like, different color combos.
But even within colors, like, I'm running 2 standard decks now that share a color. They overlap on maybe, like, about 2 cards, so 8 cards in the total decks, minus lands, obviously.
I do think. I mean, right now the meta is more spread.
Down.
I think we should probably the thing to look at would be looking at like what cards are shared between competitive decks. But it is true that just like I don't know. I think Mulcharmy was a huge step in the right direction over Max C, and I think that like there could be alternatives. Like I actually think they should make a 4th Mulcharmy, and it should replace Droll and Lockbird. It should be a hand trap appropriate. Because I get why Droll feels necessary in some formats, but also Droll is a really annoying ass card to just be like,
Droll
you added a card? You're done.
Also, I will freely admit, I lied. They share 0 cards.
Oof.
I forgot. And they both share black as a color. Because, yeah, spoiler, the 2 decks I play are blue, black, and green, black. Well,
honestly,
one of them is like green,
the way color combos work, I can see those being diversified enough, yeah. But no, like I said, I think Droll should be replaced with a card that basically is another Mulcharmy that says, activate this, whenever you do, you activate if you control no cards. If your opponent adds a card from their deck or graveyard to hand, draw a card. Like, Appropriate is a pretty good card, except that it's a continuous trap you can only activate after you've had setup. That we need a turn 0 version of Appropriate, and that would, I think, make things a lot more fair.
Better comparison to Yu-Gi-Oh! For Magic is, honestly, it's kind of, Yu-Gi-Oh! To me is a more exacerbated of a problem that's appearing in Commander. Or every Commander deck starts with 5 cards, pretty much. You put in Soul Ring, you put in Arcane Signet, and 3 game changers.
I mean, technically, I think the way it works in Yu-Gi-Oh is you end on the same 10 cards, but you're right. It's the thing of like you build out like 30-ish, 30 to 25 good cards from your actual archetype deck. You build out your extra, and then you go. Actually, honestly, the extra is also the same 5 cards. The extra, they're doing better about it, but the extra is also was very generic for a long time. But it's like you build your deck at like 30 or 25 cards, and then you go, okay, time to put in my hand traps, and it's all the same ones.
It does. That is the thing that turns me off of Yu-Gi-Oh the most. Like, honestly, it's just like I like building silly decks, and I feel like I don't get to do that in Yu-Gi-Oh as much because I have to run 15 of the same cards.
Like I said, it's a conceptual thing, but it's also, like I said, I feel like people just got tired and they don't push back. There shouldn't be a reason for our decks to share, that many of the same cards. Yeah, I know old school Yu-Gi-Oh had a lot of shared staples, but often they were like powerful one-ofs, like yeah, most decks had a Pot of Greed when it was Limit 1, you had a Raigeki, you had some Dark Holes, but as the Forbidden Limited list shifted them down, you still had limits to play them. And nowadays that's like way different, like playing like board breaker type stuff. Like you do play those, but usually you side them in, and stuff like that.
Zed, you're right, you don't. I frequently run under the required amount of game changes, but I'm just saying for the average person. I know I'm not the average person.
But we've talked about gimmick puppets. As much as I'd love Dallas to wax on about Magic Theory, we're at 4 hours. I'm going to go play Darktide. We're going to wrap up. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in, for watching this. Fire us some likes if you like it. We'll probably start off, because I think they're previewing some support cards for the Justice Hunters decks. We'll let that percolate a little. We'll probably, I want to do Mimighoul next week. I like Mimighoul. I like Mimighoul, so we'll try that next week, I think.
Mimighoul.
And that's another one where I can actually talk about, because I am playing that deck, honestly, in literally right now in one of the festivals. I'm playing that deck in Master Duel. I did build Malice, and I have been practicing it, but I've not actually gone on ladder.
I can't bring myself to play Malice. It's so boring.
I kind of like it, but you're right. Your mainstay is you just activate a lot of the same guys over and over again. I kind of wish they'd throw out some more support with some extra bodies, but
it's a very linear combo. I get that I come from like the exact opposite, so I might be a bit biased, but still.
That's what I like about it. I gotta get you Mimighoul peeled, man. That's a deck that's like, the combo's not linear. The combo's like, look at my hand, what do I got? Honestly, the thing that kills Mimighoul is not enough ED variety. They have like 2 Xyz monsters, and most of the rank 1s aren't good. That are not the Mimighoul ones. Get some generic link stuff. Anyway, like, comment, subscribe. Like I said, we'll probably do Mimighoul next week. Tune in tomorrow for more Final Fantasy XIV. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. This was a Patreon pick, so I'll probably next month we'll start another poll with more best.
Oh God, I have to choose another one.
No, you don't have to worry about that, Dallas. We'll do another best of worst, because there's still like 5 of them that didn't win yet. So
okay.
I'll chip that down to like 3 or 4 before I actually ask people for new content. I'll give them months of thinking of something. But yes, we have finally done the Gimmick Puppet episode. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
I haven't had to think of a new pick for like years.
Literally years. You took a hiatus from the show and didn't need a new pick. Anyway, thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you.